Oh, come on. That should be Vincent behind you.
What?
Gosh, that's gonna be so. I'd rather see Vincent's face.
Everyone cares so much more about Zach's beard because he hid it for 6 months
Yeah.
than they would have otherwise. Oops, I meant to share a screen.
You too, James. You too.
It's been up like pretty much all morning,
That's great. That's great.
but no one noticed because I wasn't really talking at all.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going through the list of 77 thumbnails to try and find certain people.
I did during the baby picture thing. I was like,
I was trying to spotlight the people. I may have missed a few because I got wrapped up. But I was trying to spotlight the ones that were the person after I revealed it.
Oh, no, I mean beforehand when I was trying to guess.
Oh, while you're trying to guess.
Yeah. Yep.
Today went pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I think it went really well. And having the files, the smoothest, like, having the file session. Although I think no one really, who didn't know how to model those panels could have followed along with modeling the panels, but.
Yeah, if you didn't know how to use Revit, following along with that would have been extremely tough. I was trying to type in all the little buttons that she was pushing in the chat, but I don't even know how helpful that was.
Oh, you did that? I didn't even notice.
Because, yeah, it's just a lot. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Revit, like she wasn't telling you all the little things she was doing, like switching to 3D views, how do you do that, like all the little things. So
it's really hard to have to explain that stuff because, like,
yeah, it's a mixed audience. Like some people know how to do that and they're fine, you know, and then there's a bunch of people that have never opened Revit in their life, and yeah, you don't want to sit there and explain all that stuff because it's just too much and too boring for the people who already know it. But anyway, I think it went well. It was a good little demo. You could just sit back and relax. It was pretty to watch.
I was working on my panels while watching the panel demo. My tilde panels.
I was.
You were working during the offsite?
Well, you know what, James? I'm assigned to like 3 projects right now, and I don't have time for any of them.
Okay, we'll even it out. We'll make it 4.
And it was thematically appropriate.
Well, what you had sent us came up with the same number that you were, I think, showing in your email of 18 units for days 1, 2, and 3.
Hey, Steve.
Hello.
Oh my God, Zelda, you're on your 3rd costume change of the day. What the heck's going on?
Are you in charge of watching?
No, my wife's somewhere. She did this costume change. She wanted to wear a dress earlier, so I put her in a dress. Gave her a ponytail, and now she's in a completely different outfit. Don't know how that happened. I'm just glad she's wearing clothes because usually she just runs around in a diaper.
Yeah.
That's the way she likes to roll.
Reference the architecturals just so I can verify where this punch opening's at. I'll share the screen I'm actually looking at.
So Steve, how'd you think the day went? Offsite day.
He's in another meeting.
Oh, is he?
He's on a phone call.
Does V usually go and pick up Vinny from school?
No,
It's you?
it's me.
You didn't like the nickname Vinny.
That's why I call him Vincent.
Oh.
What's wrong with Vinny?
Yeah, Vincent sounds better.
Or Vin?
Vin.
If you don't like Vinny, you shouldn't have named him Vincent. You're unmuted, Steve, but we still can't hear you.
Oh, I hear. I just.
Oh. I thought your mouth was moving.
Like a Muppet.
So you're just checking a few things, Jessica?
Yeah, I'm just trying to double check in the architecturals where I think all those punched openings are, and then I'll kind of compare it against the model and the sales model. I'm just is this like supposed to be segmented? So now I'm wondering, looking at it.
I'm a Muppet.
Oh, that's weird.
What?
That's weird.
There's nothing wrong with Kermit.
Too bad Kermit's eyes are not your real eyes.
Oh, it's 10 feet versus 15 feet.
Steve, a lot of people chose AutoCAD over Revit this morning.
I was embarrassed. James said it's a weighting by age. He said
It might be.
If you could have drawn if you could have done a graph showing the age of the people who voted, you'd have seen how it weighted out.
Well, and how many people use Revit? It's only the drafters, really. See that they're outnumbered, right? All the, like James, you said, right? Almost all the takeoff teams still uses CAD and not using Revit.
And Jumpstart.
And Checkers and Jumpstart, exactly. So.
I voted for Revit.
Me too.
It's slightly segmented.
Yeah, I just figured that
Just
out.
like it was on the first building.
It's a little silly.
Yeah, this should be, you're doing a elevation A, and there's an elevation D that has a little segment.
So question then, just as she's checking this, does say the sales, I guess, estimate they quantify that kind of stuff, right? Wouldn't they say there's so and so this many flat ones, and then there's this many? Like, would there be like a nice little place just to even look to know that you have flat
Well,
versus segmented?
I was just gonna check on my own. Check it.
No, I just saying, like, I don't know if there is a document like that. I didn't know, do they get to that level of detail
I don't
from
think-
sales or bid, or is that also sales model type of output we could get, or?
It should be in the sales model. I don't know if it is. It wouldn't typically be in the highlighted scope.
Does sales fill in the sales unit numbers in Revit?
Well,
Steve?
let me turn on their model and we can see.
Because if so, then there will be a code on their sales unit numbers saying that it's segmented. That seems like a long shot to me, but
Look, if the faces system and the horizontals can be off, I don't think you're going to find it in the sales model.
yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking.
It looks like they did model it segmented though.
Yeah, but click on it on the unit.
They model it in a weird way. It's like not, oh, there. This was not wanting to snap to. Oh, that's the strip. That's what you can snap to.
And then,
Oh, so they've got a unit number. Oh,
yeah, and they have a sales
number.
unit number that says it's 3 lights, but it doesn't have any codes after it to say that it's segmented. So I thought they might fill that out to inform their estimate or something maybe, but I guess not. So they either didn't fill it out or they intentionally left it like that, and they are using that for estimates somehow.
Oh, Matt. Still, that's
Actually,
helpful.
back on the segment wall in the last building, they used window type A also. They didn't segment them at all.
In sales or in fabs? Because when I modeled it, the model that I never actually used because Catan finished it before I did, I segmented that.
Catan has them as a type A.
Yeah, and there weren't any segmented details in the profiles.
Yeah, he doesn't have them segmented because there's doors in the middle of some of them too, so you couldn't segment it.
So, we should probably, I'm gonna add.
You could if it's splayed out, right? If all the verticals were 90 degrees to the horizontals.
I'm saying they didn't.
I think that angle was really, really slight and pretty ridiculous to try and segment.
256 feet on the radius, or 625 feet on the radius. So looks like they're just the same unit type.
Yeah, I think the takeoff program picks them up as the same because they're basically the same size.
179.51.
That's 180.
Yeah. So basically, I should not even bother segmenting those.
Well, we're gonna match the other buildings, so.
Another building didn't segment.
Right.
Okay. So.
So what's our next step?
To copy and paste these punch openings, which is why I'm going through this tedious step of just making sure I know where to put them.
Does the architect have a window schedule?
That's what I'm looking for in here, and they got their elevations, but they don't have any of the windows labeled on the floor plan.
Okay.
So looks like they don't have a windows schedule. Let me go to their index, and maybe it's hidden in here somewhere.
It's a waste of time. Just. You can never trust an architect's window schedule anyways.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna put it where I think it is for now, and I guess we'll figure out later if I'm wrong. I mean, they're basically all almost. It'd be better if they're all. 11 feet.
Were
Okay.
you able to get the precast model in there?
Oh, I was having issues with it yesterday, and I asked Amy for help, and she was gonna forward it to one of the precast people, Eric, but he haven't gotten that yet. Let me see if I did just magically start working.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering about those openings, because it looks like the dimensions, they differ, right? You got like 11.0 and then 11.0 and some change.
But also, this is pulling from the architect's model, and if I know precast, they're not going to want to do that. So.
The windows are 11 foot RA.
Okay, I can get into precast now. I just have to figure out where the drawings are. Sorry, I'll bring this over here. I'm like really trying to.
So my question is the best next step to copy that window around or make the next window?
To copy the window around.
Why?
Because that way I can figure out where that window goes and I copy it and I don't accidentally make it twice. And if I want to put that window on a sheet, I want to have it in all its locations to put it on a sheet. Otherwise, I'm just modeling it and then I'm opening on a sheet. So I'm waiting to do that process later.
So I'll be the alternate voice. It also means that any change in the window that happens in the next 5 days, you get to fix every single instance you made.
No, I'll group it at this point. I mean, I've already checked it right now before to make sure it's good. Then I'll group it and move it. So if I change it later, I just change the group, and then down the road I'll ungroup it all before we, when we get ready for takeoff.
It might be nice to copy it now too, because you might expose other dimensional weirdness in the other openings.
Yeah.
That you might need to ask about, so you'd get the question early.
Okay, we're gonna see if my guess is right, which I think I was wrong actually, and see if I can link into that precast file, or if I have to copy it. No, I have to copy it. That sucks. Autodesk. So
yeah, the thing is those projects, you set permissions at the project level on BIM 360. So if you could link across projects, then anyone with permissions to one project would be able to see the other project, which may not be, it may be an issue, especially if you're dealing with, I don't know, other trades. Us probably doesn't care.
So if we really wanted to work with precast and like that way, we'd have to do it in the same folder, but then you end up with the block 23A problems. Yeah, I'm just gonna download theirs just in the background, and I'll just link it in as like a temporary model when it gets here, just so we can check that out.
So Steve, I mean, just thinking about process-wise, I mean, we know from previous building should be 11-foot ROs, right? And then the linking up precast is like the back check. So should we be just drawing it per what we know it should be and then do the check to precast later? Or is it worth trying to do it all now? Because that's too where it comes process. Because this is like preventing Jessica from moving forward because she wants to double check. If she finds an error on precast, is it good to tell them now? Or is like, we're going to, I mean, our ROs aren't going to change, right? So, I mean, it's kind of like, what do we do? Do we keep moving forward with what we know is right? Or do we do this coordination at this point?
Yeah, I think it's good. Again, we don't want to revisit this window. So, and I'm only debating the workflow because I don't know. So Jessica's saying, look, I'll copy them around, right? We'll check that they all fit. I don't know if we want to measure every precast open or whatever, right? But for sure they should fit inside the precast openings, right? So.
Yeah, because just for me, like I always think too, what's the best process? Because the coordination part is always you're digging, and really at that point, you're just basically helping someone else's drawing. You're not producing on your own. So it's almost like, when do you do that? That's kind of like, and that's where it varies, right? People will do it in the beginning, or some people do it later.
I'm a big fan of kind of doing it as you go, even if it slows you down a little here. Because again, like what I saw yesterday was good. I mean, it seemed like a normal day to me. And what we're doing right now is good. It seems like a normal day to me, right? Where we're getting killed is like when we think we're getting close to being done, and then there's 6 more weeks of work that happens. So, if precast has got a problem and we know it today, like there's a lot of flexibility in what can be done. If we find out in 5 weeks they have a problem and they've already, whatever, how they always are, it's like, we made our forms, we did our whatever, like, then you've got that problem of like not being able to, make the changes, and now you've got to adjust, right? So I feel like it's best to do it now, just to do a quick back check and make sure,
And then so Jessica, once you link precast model in there, it's like linked until you resync, right? Like if they make any updates, you just have to manually resync it. Is that right? If they make updates.
Yeah, so I'm downloading what they published right now, which looks like they published it today. So it's going to be recent, but to get the updated model, I'm going to have to rely on them publishing an updated model, and then I'd have to go through the process again.
So I have a question on that.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't we copy monitor the precast stuff into our model? And then if something changes, the Revit would tell you it changed rather than us having to see if it changed.
We could, it's just that process takes a long time, and you can't copy monitor all the things. I think, well, last time I checked, they were just using like generic models to model. They might have changed their process, but you can't copy monitoring the elements the way that they used to model them.
Okay.
Even if you copy monitored, you would copy monitor your copy of it that you downloaded.
Yeah,
it
but
wouldn't be their live model, so you wouldn't know unless you did that step.
But if I copy monitor their old copy, and then if it's like a normal wall, and a week later I download their new one and I replace the file, then it will tell me, hey, this wall changed. That's the way a copy monitor works.
That's true. Yeah, but you'd still have to initiate. You'd still have to do the download and change your link to load from somewhere else.
But then at least I'm not having to look with my eyeballs.
You just replace the old file, Zach. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
You just overwrite the other file. So if you call it precast, then next time you grab their model, you just overwrite the precast model. That's all you have to do.
And that other file is going to be on BIM 360 in our project folder, right?
Yeah, wherever it is, or wherever you copy monitored from.
Yeah.
But again, if they're not using walls and things, then there's only certain elements you can copy monitor. I think it's like grids, floors, walls. You can't do everything, so that makes sense.
Let me see how Catan placed these on the old building, since they're not actually segmented. Probably just found the endpoints and rotated it. Yeah, Oh wait, that's the architects. You had to fudge this. I'm just thinking right now, so I gotta find a way to get a line I can rotate to that is that, like, basically segment.
Can you just draw a line between the 2 points of jam?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can just, but I'm kind of afraid it's not going to be accurate since it should be.
Grid is arced, right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of a way I can just kind of generate my lines that's going to be the easiest and most accurate way. So it's boring right now because I'm thinking. Well, actually, so the arc one might be a lot easier to snap to. Just snap to the endpoints. Or put 2 and 31, 30 seconds. That's not bad. That lines up. Cool. And
So so that was like an arc line that you placed under there, correct?
detail line.
Oh.
So that's, sorry, command is detail line. So I'm just basically, because this architect wall is segmented, just grabbing their endpoints to get a straight line that I can rotate to. But okay. And if this, so I tried to use the align command and I wasn't getting it to work on, I think because it's a group, so that's why I'm having to like manually rotate, which is like 3 more button clicks than if I could use the align command. I'll do all my detail lines.
That one looks like it might be interesting.
Yeah, I noticed that it was overlapping with where they're showing the precast. So once we get the precast model, then we'll have to look at that. Here's where we've got to find doors, so this is not good. This one's not quite in the opening either.
Sorry, so you're snapping to, that's the architectural model?
Yeah, well, so I'm snapping to the
That's what you're
architectural
saying.
model to make a line that's just going from the end of their jam to the end of their jam. And then
Just question, oh, I'm sorry, so just question, because I'm just thinking in Caddy world, I would have made my own line, like offsetting the grid line, whatever distance it's
Well,
supposed to be, and then use
the
it. I
grid
mean,
line is radius.
right, so wouldn't you still just
Because
offset that and get your own intersect, because the architect could still be wrong, right? Or
Well, I guess if I offset the radius and then made my own lines based on,
the intersections on the precast.
but I don't have a precast model. And I mean, I'm just relying 100% on the architect's model right now.
Okay, I'm just curious. I'm just thinking because we're trusting architect, but then again, it's like, well, they could be wrong too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to get the precast model and I might end up having
No,
to.
sorry, I'm just thinking if I were doing this, drawing it manually, like that's kind of my thought.
I mean, that would have been better. That's why I didn't really want to do that from the architect's model, but I was like, that's better. Why did you?
Yeah, because I just get nervous that what you're clicking to could still be wrong, and then you'll have to fix or move or something. That's all. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, but at least, I mean, it's punched openings too, so I mean, as long as we have our right size opening, it will fit in there.
Yeah, I was just wondering, does it matter for punched openings? Or are we okay that these are placed in space, maybe potentially a little off, but all the dimensions show that it's in the right spot?
I think you'd be okay.
Because any sort of inaccuracy would be taken up by the caulk joint anyway.
Probably depend on total station though too. Like the field request total station points for this.
Do we do total station for punched openings?
I don't.
It depends. I mean, I've had to do it on punched openings before if they're skewed or if they're not parallel with a grid line.
Don't we sometimes place in precast before we even?
Well, even with total station points, putting it where Jessica's putting it will be fine, right?
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
tolerances.
I mean,
right?
I
I'm
don't
just
see like a huge
curious of the
problem.
process
I mean,
of drawing.
if you had a corner condition, then that's where I'd get a little scared.
Agreed. Like if it was that actual curtain wall or something like that, it would be more important, I'm assuming.
Or if you have frit that needs to align with like a curtain wall above.
Oh God, don't even say those words.
Frit.
Well, when we have to align our joints with some other trades joints that haven't even started their drawings yet.
Because along that wall that you just placed those, I believe there's like a strip window at the top level, right?
Mhm.
And it's all intermediates.
Save.
Oh yeah, don't forget to save.
That sync is really fast. But I guess it's because you only have a few openings.
Yeah. You're talking about this?
Yeah. So
Those
if you
are set
were,
back though, right?
you know, somehow aligning like all these, do those even align at all?
Looks like they're set back slightly.
Maybe it's an angle. This might be a different plane than that. So it might just do something like that or something.
But the punched opening is 11 foot wide, so we got 5 foot.
On the other job, they're not aligning at all here.
I think they're 5 foot up at the strip windows and stuff, so they can't really line up.
They're aligning them over here, but they're not aligning them going down. Which 101B?
Are we gonna put those on sheets?
Not yet, because I still got more I gotta place on the other side. I'm just sorry. On my other screen, I've got building A open. Because it's kind of weird. There is one opening in building A that was slightly different. So check if we have the same.
I remember that one.
But these are all the same. The elevation A right here. 7, 1, 2, 3. I mean, should I be doing it the way Catan did it?
What do you mean?
Like, the way he drafted this is not our standards.
No, don't do that.
By having like this overall elevation and then you go in to click it.
Yeah, I wouldn't, this was a long time ago, early job for him, so I would follow our standards.
Okay. Let me go back and see. 7.
So the main purpose of copying these all before putting it on sheets is because I'm guessing Alan's tool will put all the elevation callouts on the floor plans if you place them
and dimension them all,
and dimension them. Okay, makes sense.
which makes my life a lot easier down the road.
Agreed.
Yeah, so this was all A's.
So are you guys all waffle people or are you pancake people?
I'm pancakes.
I'm pancake.
Buttermilk pancakes.
I'm a waffle person, but I've had some really good pancakes before.
I'm not saying I don't like pancakes. I just
You-
don't like them after I
said
eat
that
half
you
a stack.
only ever had terrible pancakes.
I'm not saying I don't like waffles. I love waffles, but
Zach, I gotta find you a gift. Someone made a gift for waffles, and it just said, "I'm a waffle, and I have little cubbies to hold your extra syrup and stuff for you."
the
It's
waffles
true.
just require like a die press.
I'm gonna try this other method that I think might be more.
Custom little pockets for butter and syrup. Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah, so it doesn't drip off the sides like it would with a pancake.
Yeah, but you could eat your pancakes in a bowl and just fill up the bowl with butter and syrup.
My biggest thing is just waffles are crispy, and that's just nice.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think that's the biggest difference, the texture.
That and pancakes are boring after halfway through.
Well, maybe you are eating too many pancakes. Maybe that's the root of the problem.
Are you talking like the dollar size or the big like pancakes, Zach?
I'm talking about Zach-sized pancakes, if that makes any sense. So bigger than a dollar size.
No, see the dollar size.
Closer to a manhole cover size.
Yeah,
You're eating too many pancakes. I think I'm gonna have to go through and fix these later, but I'll skip it for now because I can place the references with them off a little bit. And just put them in the best location. Oh, I'm getting a call from the precast guy. Just a second. Hello.
Hi, Jessica. This is Derek from Precast.
Hi. Good. How are you?
The precast project here for and he reached out to us that you had problems sharing some documents into interesting things.
Yeah, and I just checked and I'm in right now and I was able to access them.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I just need the WWT original documents. I think that was the problem.
Okay.
So is there anything I can help you with, like a modeling wise? I know your class keeps the mental model.
Typical, right? Interruptions.
And in reality, there would probably be more interruptions, but she's in a meeting with us, and that kind of deflects a lot of the interruptions, I think.
True, true.
almost thinking as we're watching the copy, the rotate, like if we were to just draw like detail lines in all those openings, like could we just have a tool where you just say, okay, take this punched opening and apply it to all these 2D detail lines that we just placed in there?
Well, in theory, you could run Quasar in each one of these too, but they are modeled as segments. If they weren't modeled as segments, then maybe that's possible. And you could trust that they were all the same size.
So does Quasar keep track of the quantities? No, right? Like that it was copied?
No.
No.
You only could do one elevation at a time, one wall at a time with Quasar.
Yeah, but it doesn't keep track that she copied that same wall like 3 times or however many.
No.
No.
Usually it's just input is the sales model or the architect's model or a wireframe that you drew, and then it outputs it. And after that, it doesn't track anything.
So another random question. I don't know what are our drafting standards, but what if we because I mean, I remember they were saying that she was saying yesterday the punch openings they have to count manually, but Revit is like an architectural tool, right? And they have their tags, like how they make their window schedule. Which could we use something like that? That we have our own little bubble that's hidden, but it will help the drafters count, and then it just spits out a Revit report so that they can get the quantities more.
With them grouped, how I would do it without knowing that much about Revit. These are all groups, so they're all the same sort of family instance. So she can find that group, whatever she called it, in the project browser there, and right-click it and tell it to select all that are in the project, and then it'll tell you how many there are, without a schedule, without any of that stuff.
And once
you could
the
probably
takeoff team touches it, those groups go away.
Yeah, but hopefully by that time you've already typed in your quantities, right?
Yeah, but if things change?
The alternative is you could name all of these with an elevation number and see it in the takeoff browser how many of them there are. But that relies on you actually naming them correctly. Because Jessica will have to assign these to an elevation number at some point, which I'm assuming she'll tell Alan's tool what number it is.
Alan's tool will tell her.
Or Alan's tool tells her, whichever way. I think the precast guy is bursting our bubble here. Those aren't 11 foot. Those are all 10 foot.
He'll have a lot of rework.
It's almost as if she's pointing to the things on her screen while she's talking to someone else. It's kind of interesting.
Sorry. That was Eric from Precast telling me how to get his model. And then talking to me a lot about the sales model and is that in the right spot? And I'm like, okay, I don't know. You have to wait. Sorry, guys.
No problem. We had all kinds of stories and theories about what was going on.
They're probably more exciting than what was actually going on.
So some of these aren't fitting perfectly.
No, so I'm gonna have to go through at some point and fix these up, but for now I'm just gonna get them in place to and just add some notes for myself. Because I mean, it looks like it's really off, so I need to get the once I get the precast model, actually verify. Oh, why isn't my keyboard working? Oh.
That makes sense.
Okay. And I think I got them all in. 2, 3. More up here. Let me just double check that.
So if you get the precast model and the openings are in slightly different places, would you end up having to re-rotate those segmented punched opening or the ones that are on the arced wall?
Yeah, but it won't.
Rotate those, and would that break the elevation view call out?
No, because elevation view callouts for those are going to be all reference callouts. So it doesn't really matter
okay.
if they're slightly off.
Okay.
You know, no one's going to notice if it's a 1/10 of a degree off.
Yeah, I forgot there would be references and not
Yeah, and the one I'm actually
like live.
The true view is just going to be this guy who's flat and basic.
Just trying to think of all the things that could happen that would screw this up or make it, you know, a pain. Did you flip that or rotate it?
Rotated it.
Okay.
Because flipping it would be bad.
Yeah, just wondering. Just making sure.
Okay, pretty sure I got them all, and I guess I'll find out later on if I didn't. Now I will do the sheet maker.
Are we sure that all of those are actually the same? Like, could there be conceivably curbs or something underneath them and make them shorter?
Underneath.
Underneath some of those punched openings, just wondering.
What do you mean by, oh, curbs?
Curbs, yeah.
Well, that was asked yesterday if there were curbs anywhere, and I was told no.
There are not curves.
So I'm wondering if I should name it to match the previous building or just name it 1.
1.
So are they, is the takeoff group going to use the same database?
That's what yes, we should use the same database.
Oh, I'm gonna cancel for a second because I
But
remember
this job is already done and out, so they'll probably just copy the existing database and clear it of any of the old elevation numbers and stuff like that. That's what I would do. What do you think, Steve?
It'd be nice if they get the same numbers.
Well, the numbers are non-standard. That's elevation A according to Catan's.
But to get the same unit numbers, right?
I just wanted to check.
They'll get the same unit numbers, yes, if they are all the same in every way, same size, same families.
Yeah, not elevation numbers, but unit numbers, sorry.
Yeah, so like they would just copy the database, erase the elevation quantities and stuff like that that were from the other building, but keep the unit definitions and and probably clear out the pallet schedule too, and the location IDs. And I might need to help them with all that. I think it's on Saul's checklist to ask me about that kind of stuff.
So do we not need to add like a building 2 to the elevation number then?
Why would you have to?
I don't think you have to because they're separated.
It's
in
a
the
separate
shop.
job number, right?
Separate job number.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on campus projects, like if you got multiple buildings, like if you got a building 1 and a building 2, your elevation 1 for building 1 would be like B1-01, and then building 2 would be B2-01.
I don't think we need that in this case because
Yeah.
this building's already done.
Yeah, I don't think you need it either.
If they were somehow concurrent in the shop or the field or something, that might be useful.
Okay. Separate by time.
Yeah, time and space.
You read my mind, Zach. I was supposed to say that.
That's why we're friends, Edsley.
Because even the last was the 3rd building, but we didn't do that either, right? So
Was that Steve?
even the last building was the 3rd building. We didn't do any of that either, right? There were two Lawson lanes before the last building too. So as long as they're not going concurrently, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so we got it. It's just not working with the sheet maker's not working with the groups. So I'm just gonna do it manually. And Nick just called in if anyone wants to say hello to him.
We'll just
Hello,
blow up the
Nick.
group.
I just wanted to check in and see if anybody had any questions or anything I could help with.
We've got questions.
I'm not gonna blow up the group, Steve, because it's harder to make a change if one of these things changes down the road by changing all the instances, then it would be for me to just use the street maker to make one elevation and then manually place my V references. And I'll just talk to Alan on next week about fixing that bug.
Are super terrible in the programming of Revit. It's really, really bad. I wouldn't be surprised if he can't tell which direction those groups are facing without like exploding it and then
No, I think what's happening is we
Undoing
asked him to overwrite the Walt, the group name when we do reference view, but it can't edit the group.
Yeah.
So I just needed to ask him to add a button that's just like place view reference and not even worry about that step. So.
It's a very inside baseball game plan, Nick, just so you know.
Okay, I just, if there's anything I can help with, just please let me know.
You're welcome to hang out. We're just drawing shop drawings.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back at 3, I think. I got another meeting to jump into for my pre-takeoff meeting for another job, but to practice it. But I'll come back at 3 and observe a little bit.
So we got the precast model in. We're just kind of working our way through the first set of punched openings here.
You guys
Cool.
don't usually do elevation numbers as 0, 1, right?
When we number them,
Yeah.
well, I do because the data is supposed to be 0, 1. Right?
But are
The data will be 0, 1 for sure.
So I don't want to
No
make
matter what you do.
one and make the data different, because then that's more things for my brain to try and reconcile.
I'm just wondering about shop drawing standards because I don't think I've ever seen it called 0, 1 on the shop drawings.
Really?
Only on the fab releases and that kind of thing.
If I name them, I'll always name them ever since.
we don't actually have a line item that specifies to suppress the 0.
I like it.
I mean, I'm fine with it either way. I'm just wondering because I've never seen that. We're going super deep, Nick. We're talking about zeros.
Yeah.
0, 1.
Like I could not care less.
No, I do. I care about this stuff. I don't have any idea about that. But I'll see you guys in a bit.
Sounds good.
See ya.
I'm just doing a trick since I can't get the shoemaker to work to get my dimensions down. And make sure I'm actually snapping to my curtain walls by making them be the only thing I can snap to.
So you said the sheet maker didn't work on this because
They were in groups,
there were groups.
but she thinks it's just a feature we asked for that needs to be worked around. So
At one point it did work, and then we asked him to add this other thing, and then I think that other thing broke it, but we just didn't realize it. So.
Couldn't select those dimensions with a crossing window or something?
Did I have?
Yeah, could you have? Or
Oh, probably.
okay. Just wondering because
I don't know why I did it that way.
it's
Probably
the pressure.
Just because we're watching.
It's because Steve is watching you.
That's why.
I think it's just 'cause usually I'm just like used to grabbing them when they're around a million other things. Just have it.
I was just wondering if the tool that you just used to make them all say DP required you to select each individually. That's what I observed. That's what I thought might have been happening.
Maybe I don't know. There might be a reason I did it like in the back of my brain. I'll try it next time. And I didn't really think about it.
You be you, Jessica.
Yeah.
So Jessica, just while you're doing it, not to distract you, I'm just asking, is this kind of your normal though? Do you put it on sheets already at this point? Or is it just because we're kind of asking you to go through the whole process? Or would you model everything and then sheets last? Or
I like to do my sheets as early as possible because that way I know what is going on in my project. But it's not.
So this is kind of normal. You elevate and you model one, elevate, put on sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious.
But not everyone does it that way. So.
Stuck.
This never happens. Just like random crashes. It's like only happening right now. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second.
Yeah, make sure you save.
If I can.
Too late.
I'm gonna leave for a second and then come back.
So Zach, where are you going on vacation?
Nowhere.
Staycation?
I'm maxing out on vacation days, so I need to use a few. I know it's a silly reason, but that's the world we live in.
Yeah, during COVID, it was kind of easy to kind of max out. So I had to look at my people, and I noticed one person actually in Pete's group was not accruing anymore.
Is it Ron?
No.
He doesn't use vacations very often. I started recording the offsite today a little late, so it was in the middle of the group 1 presentation when I started it off. Unfortunately. So I'm gonna, once it finishes converting, because it's still converting, I'll do some edits and put it up on YouTube. I'm leaving out all the icebreaker stuff and the sort of side discussions. I clip those out.
So we kind of had 3 different trainings. Like we had the first one kind of hands-on in groups. And then we had this one where it was hands-on, but live with live instruction. Do you think one worked better than the other? Or what do you think, Zach? Or...
I think the groups went better because I don't really know how many people actually followed along and could keep up with the any of the large group instruction, right? With the group instruction, I know I was popping into all the little breakout rooms, and depending on which group you were in, most of them were really good about keeping everyone up. You know, like they would share screen, they'd switch who's sharing screen so that they could solve a problem that someone was having or walk them through something. That happened in a lot of the groups. So I think the smaller groups work better for sure, at least as far as getting everyone involved and trying it out.
Yeah, I was just thinking too, like poor Amy trying to answer all those questions for 80 people too, right? Like whereas in a smaller group, you have a group of people that can help each other.
Exactly. And you can't, with a lot of people, obviously you can't just all be talking at once. It's too difficult. So I was answering a bunch of questions in chat, and I was trying to answer some questions that people had on the Jam board too. I think it went well, probably as well as it could go with that many people, you know, live training or lab kind of live lab setting kind of thing. But I think the smaller groups work better overall. But again, I don't know how many people were trying to follow along with Amy today and how many people were trying and failed, you know, because they weren't telling us.
I thought
I
the
did.
Amy one went pretty well, maybe because everything was like preloaded in that Revit file.
Yeah, and there was also a lot less steps, you know, it wasn't as long, so it was easier to catch up if you fell behind. There was more repetition too. Like each one of those walls, they're done the same way. You just do it over and over again, right? So if you fell behind, if you didn't fall too far behind, you could just catch up by seeing what she did on the next wall, right? So that went well, I think. About as well as I think it could go with that big of a group. I do like the chat though, because it's a lot less intimidating. You don't have to interrupt the speaker. You don't have to unmute. You could just put a question there, and then someone else can answer it. Takes a little bit off of the presenter. Like during that whole thing, I had Denise. She had a problem, and I had her share her screen, and then I was in there helping her with that. Took control of her screen, all in that meeting. Like she probably still fell behind more, but at least she got over that hurdle, and that worked out pretty good too. Having multiple screen shares, because it doesn't really interrupt anyone else.
Are you talking like with the breakout rooms?
No. During Amy's presentation, or when she was walking people through what to do on the panels,
Oh,
I enabled multiple people screen sharing, and then I had Denise share her screen, and it's actually kind of convoluted to try and view her screen, so I knew it wouldn't interrupt what was happening and no one would notice. And then I switched over to her view, took control of her computer, and figured out what she was having a problem with, and then just came back over to Amy afterwards.
while you're still in the main.
While we were still in the same meeting, yeah.
What about like communicating between you and?
We were just doing chats that were just to each other, instead of to everyone. Could have been in the other Zoom window, right? It could have been on the normal Zoom chat instead of the meeting chat. But is Jessica restarting her computer? Anyway, learned a lot of new tricks with this whole thing, between Zoom and the breakout rooms. I went half the day yesterday with the breakout rooms, keep coming to the lobby and asking Christine to put me in a different group, so that and then rejoin into that breakout room. And then I figured out that, oh, I can just jump to different groups by myself. I don't need to go back to Christine and ask her to move me. So
Yeah,
that greatly sped things up. So I was able to more frequently, you know, visit all the rooms and see if anyone was having issues. But yesterday was pretty intense. All the room hopping, and at least for me, from my point of view, yesterday was pretty intense.
I think the smaller setting was better.
I think so too.
Yeah, and then so we were kind of going back and forth last night a little bit, but sort of my takeaway from yesterday was, we sort of did the process of going from building a sort of a pretty generic little curtain wall and using Quazar to turn it into a real curtain wall and putting it on sheets and dimensioning it and X's and glass types and detail bubbles and then printing it, right? And the reason why it felt like a set of steps is because the piece that we took out was Amber's piece, right? So because the families were all there to be inherited and brought in, really wasn't a big deal for anybody to build something and get a certain outcome, right? When we did the takeoff program, we sort of unveiled that piece by having them go into the takeoff, the whatever you call that window that shows all the parts and pieces and everything. And so that's really where the difference happened, right? Because in the Revit set of steps, we hid the complexity, which is really building those families and getting all the data for the glass and all that stuff we do. But in the takeoff side, right, we let that be exposed. Hang on one second, let me grab this. Yeah, just sent you an email. Yeah, no worries. We did screw up and tell them the wrong number of lights. And so that's what was going on. So I just wanted to make sure that we sent an email to confirm all that, I told Brian to hang on a second, let's go see what's going on. But I pulled the packing slip and then you're like, hey, that's not the right number. And I checked your numbers and you're right. So.
I'm gonna try something.
Did your computer crash?
Yeah, it crashed.
Oh, dang.
But I had saved it after we put all these in place. Oh, it looks like I'm missing the ones over here.
Yeah.
Oh, and on the other side of the wall too.
Okay.
Oh, that sucks. Got to save more often.
Yeah.
Especially when you're on Zoom, right?
Yeah, I think maybe I should just change mine to every like 5 minutes. Yes.
Especially when you're in front of your boss and your boss's boss.
Oh, the most frequent I'll let me do is every 15 minutes. I'll do synchronize every 30 and save every 15.
But you can keep rolling. So anyways, so what I was thinking was, the thing that we're doing in the Revit side is we're sort of making that profile set and we're doing all the work on all those profile details to make sure that, when we go to do this process, that the person has what they need, right?
Yeah.
The thing we're doing in the takeoff group is we're waiting, until a couple weeks before the metal takeoff, and then we're just doing whatever we can. And then, the person behind it has to go figure it out. So it'd be kind of like doing drafting, except we only give Jessica half the families, but all the ones she doesn't have, she has to make herself. And when she makes them, she doesn't really make them in any kind of standard that, we'd want to put on the server. So we just throw them away. We never use them again, right? That would be the equivalent of what's happening right now. Because that's what's happening. Pedro and Joe will make stuff to a standard that we can put on the server, but anything they don't get to or don't have time to get to, is just a throwaway thing. Nobody ever uses it again, So I started thinking more about it, and it's like, okay, well, but wait a minute, if you think about the flow of things, like when we say detail 1 on 503, let's say it's a vertical detail 1 on 551, right? And it's a left and a right mullion pair. What happens inside Revit is each of the families inside that create a tagline, right? So the taglines are driven by the families that Amber makes, right? The data that gets entered is what Pedro and Joe are doing, right? But at the point she's making those families, we have most of that data. We know the part numbers. We, you know, there's a whole bunch of things we know at that point that somebody's going to enter later. Do you know what I mean? So I almost feel like what you'd really want to make this look like a process is an Amber type of person that's doing both things, right? For every detail in the job, you're just setting it up, whether it's for the Revit person or the takeoff person, but you do everything. You don't skip a bunch of things like we do right now for the back end, right? And I think a lot of these things are related. You know, I mean, layout and I mean, all of these things are really want to be kind of the same thing anyway. You know, we're pulling parts off the parts library to put them into Revit in the orientation they were in AutoCAD, you know, just like we do for layout. You know, we're dividing up the families, and then the families drive the taglines, but we already know what's in the family, but we're going and manually typing it in when we don't get to it. You know, it just feels like there's an opportunity there, you know, to make all that part of a setup process, so that everything down the line feels like a set of steps, and nobody's going into some big giant window full of stuff and trying to figure out what they're supposed to be entering, and you know, sometimes getting it right and a lot of times getting it wrong, you know. Even the miscellaneous takeoff stuff should derive from the glass panels, you know, most of it, because most of it's related to the glass, but we're still manually entering all that into the data, you know what I mean? So I feel like there's an opportunity to sort of change the way we set up, you know, to just do it all at once. If you make a new family, you make all the data, and it's just one step. It's not, you know, two disconnected steps that hopefully come together someday, right?
Isn't this what that phase 3 or whatever they're calling it? I don't even know. Isn't that what they're trying to do? Is to do a Pedro style setup on everything in the job?
Yeah, but it's just so discombobulated. It's not, you know, Pedro and Joe have a good thing going. The rest of it's a mess. So, you know, that's the problem I have, is like there's nobody laid out a good, you know, plan here. It's just it's not what it needs to be, you know. And I've been planning on sort of doing the math, but I think if you do hours per unit or hours per release, you know, over the last, you know, 3 years, you're going to see this huge spike in the last 6 months, because they're putting so many people on these jobs. You know, it's kind of like if there were 3 people drawing right now, right? Kind of the problem you run into is there's more coordination. Remember?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking along the same lines, because I've asked Pedro that too. Like, you know, we have our family planning meeting, which we go over the package I get, and then you know, we kind of plan out which ones are going to need new families or not. But that too, I was kind of like, and then sometimes as we get going, questions come up that, oh shoot, we forgot to ask. And it's kind of like at that point, it's like, I was telling Pedro, it's like, I hate bugging you. And it's like, it would just be nice if when I'm in setup, you're in setup. So that way, because sometimes later when he gets set up, which is months later, he finds a problem with the family that he needed something made differently. And now I have to scramble to fix it or make a new family for him while I'm setting up another job. So I kind of was telling him, I was like, yeah, it would be nice if I knew, you know, if you checked me right away, or he kind of did his process at the same time. Because I was just kind of, because we already have that disconnect. He doesn't, quote unquote, check my families until he does his setup, which he's like 5 projects behind. So by the time he gets to the one that I just finished, it's, you know, maybe a month or so later. And then it's a scramble, you know, it's like a request. Now I have to go and, you know, so it kind of makes sense. It's just, yeah, how do you do that?
Yeah, agreed. And I don't think there's, you know, what it should be is because Bill was talking about it today. He's like, well, we've got this phase 3 thing where we're trying to get involved earlier and give you feedback earlier. But his earlier is like, you know, 3 weeks before the shop drawings are done. Your earlier is, hey, when we set these families up, we should make sure they're right. You know, and that's what I think is that if they were involved in setup, when you're involved in setup, right? If we were setting everything up, then when we do that little test drawing, we'd run it through tickets. You know, we'd check the glass sizes, unit mark numbers, like everything. It'd be the whole setup piece. It wouldn't just be Amber working in a vacuum, hoping that she's got it right. It'd be the takeoff team running the data out from the family she made and making sure she has it right. And then there would be nothing to talk about later. You know what I mean?
Wasn't that the original plan? Like, we thought when we first devised this whole thing with Pedro and Team Esley and stuff, Pedro was supposed to be at the same point as Esley, right? They were supposed to be doing it at the same time.
Yeah, and then they decided to wait. Then they got behind schedule because they didn't realize that they needed to do a job in a week. You know, like they didn't do the math problem, right? The tact is one a week when we're that busy, and they were taking 2 to 3 weeks to do it. So they started at the beginning and they got later and later and later until they were like right up against it. And then they weren't even putting the stuff on the server because they didn't have time to finish it. Like they just got behind. Like, you know, it's got to be a process that you can complete. You know, if Amber is going to be once a week or once every 2 weeks, right? Then the takeoff team needs to be the same pace to do their setup. But again, I think they're duplicating a whole bunch of the stuff. I think you could take a whole bunch of stuff out of their world if we just change the way we do the setup piece. And then they would be spending more time on just drawing out the tickets that need to be made rather than, you know, sitting there, you know, entering data manually for stuff that's in the families. And when we're in AutoCAD, you know, there's just no relationship between the stuff in AutoCAD, you know, and a detail number. Like they're not even related, right? But now that we're in Revit, you know, those families and stuff, that's the data they're looking for. Like which parts are in this family? It's like we already know, but they're manually entering that into a you know, the database, right?
That's what I was thinking was crazy when I was doing the stuff yesterday. Like, why are you coming up with this weird code to describe that you've got a vertical going in this condition when that's in the model?
Right, and that's what's happening right now is, you know, like Katan was saying, we know what we should do is we should just build that all into the unit itself. So it just comes with the unit. And if they're sort of Amy style units, you're dropping these units in. But the problem is there's so many unit types. That's where you get bogged down now. You know what I mean? Like you'll be sitting there making units for the rest of your life. You know, to me, the way we're doing it's good. It's flexible, you know, but I just think the setup needs to be one process instead of two. Like we should tie them together. And we can have, you know, the stuff that Alan gave to Amber, we could expand those tools a bit. And then I think we could even look at how, you know, how things get fabricated and even expand some of those tools a bit. And maybe, you know, if we take about half the work out of, you know, Pedro and Joe's world, then Pedro and Joe could do setup in the same time Amber does setup. They could back check everything. And right now, when we're building this, we know that it'll make tickets when we get done. There won't be a, you know, phase 3 at all. Don't forget to save.
Yeah. Oops.
So you already copied up to second floor? Is that
Oh no, sorry. I'm gonna do it. So Catan, this is still the first floor. It's just a different scale view. I just, while I was doing this, made this 3/32 if things were looking too crowded because that's what Catan did. I assume he had a good reason for that. So when I placed the views, they were on that 3/32. Now if I wanted to, I can copy and place them here, but well, I just put the dimensions here and I can select all the dimensions and paste them in the 3/32 view. I just finished annotating the first, like those punched opening one type on the first one. That's all I've done. Sorry, it's kind of confusing.
No, it's okay. It looked like it was a second floor plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now I got it.
I'm just kind of putting it there in case I decide to make it later. It'll be easier to use the stuff that's here now. And I will copy all these reference bubbles and paste them in this 16th-inch floor plan in case I need it. I don't know which scale I'll do. I'll figure that out later. I kind of hacked the broken tool to make it place the bubbles for me.
I saw that. That was nice.
That's what I was doing while you guys were talking. So now I've got my elevation number 1 on a sheet.
Put it on the bottom left. Or is there, James, you guys have standards on that?
What?
Elevation 1, bottom left instead of upper right, and then especially being the first floor, it should be down the bottom, or no?
Oh yeah, it's
That
not
drives me
upper.
crazy when the numbers are all out of order. You have like the numbers descending, ascending, and it's you can't go from left to right. Like, I don't know, is that a standard?
Wait, what do you mean it can't go left to right?
No, sometimes I see drawings where the numbers aren't even in order on the sheet from left to right. Sometimes the numbers are all wacky, and then like first floor is up top, but then the third floor is down below it, and it's kind of all weird.
Standards are left, counterclockwise around the building, starting from the left.
Yeah, but on the sheet, it should go from left to right, and number 1 should be, your ground floor should be down below.
But it might not be, I mean, I might only have elevations on the first floor on the sheet. I don't know yet. Because I haven't made my other ones yet. Well,
I think there's plenty of doors.
yeah. So if it's all number 1 on the sheet, then I'm pretty sure, I'm just gonna double check our standards.
Okay, well, we can look at the standards while you keep going. So
Yeah, keep going. Sorry, I was just asking because
the bubbles are off on the floor plan though?
That's because it's, what do you mean?
Go to the, up to the left there, right
Up
there.
the top, yeah.
Those,
Yeah, I mean, at some point I'm gonna have to clean up my floor plans.
but not that. Go to the bottom left. There's bubbles that aren't pointing at anything and bubbles that are missing things. So on the far left, it's pointing at a wall.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
I think it was a bug.
Well, it's probably because of the different scales.
No, because this is the initial scale it was pasted in and it's fine. So, I mean, the initial scale it was put in, it's wrong in that scale. So it should have been right in both of them because it just goes on the, so it just must have been a bug. Since maybe there's some bugs since they're like angled. Oh. I'll have to clean up my floor plans at some point.
I mean, that looks better. So now what do we do? Put dimensions on these things?
Yeah, I mean, first get it ready. So get my view template set up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Oh, there. Oh, I don't have my drafts in these. Are those done? Do you guys know?
Esley?
Oh, we're still working on the families for the high span.
So,
With the details for the punch windows and the others?
No, we just finished families for those, yes, on Monday.
When would the details be done?
We're not even started yet. I don't know, because we're still finishing West Edge. So Amber's gonna finish the families hopefully today. We're gonna do our final check tomorrow, and then so I can get her started probably on Monday.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll do detailed references later.
okay.
And Esley, to answer your question, whether or not elevations start in the lower left corner or the upper left corner, it doesn't look like we specify lower or upper. It's just left.
Yeah, it says left to right. Yeah, I was reading it too. But I was saying just a few that I've seen kind of look a little cocky when like the third floor is placed below the first floor, stuff like that. So I'm just saying it, if you're doing a bunch of punch openings, for me, it would make sense that the ground floor is on the bottom. But that's just.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm wondering if I should show the second floor. Let me see what. Showing that before.
What was
So,
the question, Jess?
huh?
What was the question?
Oh, sorry. I'm like muttering to myself. I was thinking, should I show the second floor? I don't feel like I should, but then I looked at the previous Lawson line and they didn't show it. So,
We didn't show it on the previous?
yeah.
I think that looks good.
What I should do, which I haven't done yet, is make the key plan, which is a pretty annoying process.
Make the what?
The key plan. But I actually might just go steal it from the original Lawson Lane and then rotate it. Let me see what theirs looks like. So it's not exactly the same, so I can't steal it from them.
We don't have a key plan button?
We used to have a key plan button, but I don't know where it has gone.
Well, let me ask Alan and then you can keep moving on.
I haven't used it honestly in a while because I've had really complicated jobs, and so I've just been using. Well, the last job I stole it from the architect, and then I think before that, yeah, I think the last two jobs I was able to just steal the architect's key plan, which was really nicely made.
Okay, let me ask Alan where the key plan button is.
In the meantime, I'll move on to the second group wall or the second punched opening.
And you saved, right?
Save it right now. I kept saving a bunch of times. I mean, if I was really working on this, I would probably just move on to the strip window because it's in order. But maybe that's not, oh, no, that's not, maybe that's not the right good thing to do though, because it's more complicated. So we'll probably just finish the punched openings.
So So your process is really just like starting on the ground floor and trying to finish out like the building closure. Is that correct?
No, usually I go and I spend a whole day just making dummy elevations to number my whole building and organizing my sheets so that I don't end up with my elevations out of order on the sheets. Because otherwise, what I'm afraid is if I just go by easiest first, I'm going to end up with a really incoherent set of shop drawings.
Well, I would say for my world is that you just do these punched openings first. Like that's where we should start. Let's just do the punched openings and get the punched openings complete. And then we're done with, you know, a third of the building. Then we'll start in on the curtain walls, but just do the punched openings and get, you know, when we complete the punched openings, and we'll move on to the next thing.
Yeah. I just might end up having to renumber them all. That's fine.
Well, it doesn't matter what number they have.
But then Esley gets really confused. I get really confused.
There's like 6 punched openings. It's 1 through 6. So.
Yeah, not for the punched open, just it's in general. But
Yeah.
yeah, just go number. So that way all your punched openings come first on your elevations. Then you have to jump around on a bunch of sheets.
Yeah, on the original one, they were just all the same, so it'll match.
I'm just a big fan of like breaking things down into pieces and finishing a piece. Because what I find is when I go talk to people sometimes, like they've got 50 open things and nothing's done. They did this, but they didn't do that. And they did this other thing, but they didn't do that. It's like to me, it's about like just completing things. So you get them out of your mind. You don't have to go back to it. You know what I mean? It just helps keep the clarity. Then you can explain where you're at.
So along those lines, just, I mean, I may have missed it. So, I mean, with Quazar, you already inputted the families we made. So like at this point, if there were a problem with the families, you would know, right? At those punch openings? Or is there a separate check step to make sure there's nothing wrong with the family?
So, I mean, basically, if it's in that one punch opening that I modeled and checked already, I would know.
Okay, so just say like, but at this point, you would know once Quazar does its thing, that's kind of, once the families are placed and it looks good, that's it, right? It gives you a comfort level that, okay, those families are good.
Yeah.
Okay, I just check when that happens. Okay, cool.
Oh, they have a weird setting on this. Are we gonna have different sight lines on this job?
Nick was actually supposed to get that info to us. That was one of the questions in the pre-drafting checklist. And he has not gotten back to us.
I'm just now like worried because if I end up like all these corner units have to have different sight lines and I'm going to duplicate. Oh well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Oh, do we lose Steve? Did we lose Steve?
Maybe. Yeah, it looks like. It should be yellow, right, Zach? Like, grab this, like,
What should be yellow? The yeah,
okay.
you're looking at the back side of an elevation right now.
Yeah, I need to fix these settings so it clips. That's why that happened.
But it doesn't say like front or back.
Yellow is exterior. It's yellow for the sun, and if it's interior, it's kind of that brownish, rusty color.
I thought yellow was like an incandescent light bulb, which lets you know it's like interior.
You know there are no incandescent light bulbs in any of these buildings that we do, right? But really, the way you can either tell by that, or you can use the button that aligns the view to the same as Revit, so you can tell. You can also click on the jams, and one will say left jam, and one will say right jam.
Yeah, I just accidentally clicked an elevation from the back because I was looking in my overall elevation without clipping, and so it like made it look like it was normal, but it wasn't. And apply. Ew. Does it not remember when I close and restart Revit, the stuff that?
No, the mullions have to be loaded each time.
Oh.
Because I don't know which drawing you might be working on. You know, you could have two Revit files, and you want to import an elevation from one and export into the other. And I don't know what your intent is. So you have to load the mullions in from the where you plan to export.
So question. So you're having to kind of populate all those mullions again?
No, I just applied the system and it just populated them all. I'm just checking them right now.
Oh, gotcha.
So it worked as advertised.
And it should keep the shifts as well. So make sure you actually do want to use the same shift numbers, which I found usually you do. So
Let's do a quick.
but you might want to check if your sill changed because it might be different now. It might not have an SRT or something like that.
Yeah, or a different cock joint size or something.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna compare against the families, but also compared the sales model.
I don't think there's an SRT on any of these.
Which they do have SRTs, but on the not on punched openings.
Not on the punched openings.
Yeah.
No.
There's an SRT.
At least there wasn't in the original building.
Well, in this book,
That's oof.
we do got an SRT impact.
So we didn't have SRT on the original building?
No, I did. It was copied.
Maybe we
These
did.
are exact copy of the first Lawson link.
It was years ago. I'm going off of memory.
So yeah, I'm going off of memory too.
Back.
Sorry.
So
I think it was just one little area. That's the thing.
So say for instance, if the sill was different, like on the second level than the first level,
It is different.
if you just take that preset, is it easy to just kind of change the one thing and save it as a new preset?
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what you do. She saved that first one. She put like level 1 in the name of it, so she would know later. And I guess now that was a good move because now you're gonna have a level 2 version.
This all looks the same. Now let me check. We got this horizontal also in a wrong spot. And then I could just put the shift in before I even do anything. One foot. Crazy and crazy. Oh. Put 10 3/4. Okay, no, that matches the module study. Yeah. Okay. So the only thing I gotta change is the sill. Oops.
So did we check architecturals for that, or was it just from previous building for the SRT location?
Well, I'm trusting the profile set.
Right,
So,
but does it just say grab 2 only? Like, you know, how do you know where does it go and that it only goes here?
well, because on the profile set, they just have it called out there.
But you have both you have 2 sill details, right? Or am I, maybe my memory?
No, there was 2 sill details, which is weird. So I have to figure out where.
So you have to know which one goes where, right? Because like, is it safe to assume the 3rd and 4th floor have the SRT? Or like, I don't know. That's kind of, again, where I fall off with Jumpstart's elevations. They don't key it in everywhere. So that's what I was trying to say. Like, how do you know
Well, I'm
where
just
it goes?
I
Which one?
assume something and then remember to bring it up to the PM and verify with architectural drawings. And you know, most of the time the architecture drawings like don't do a good job showing SRT anyways. Like it almost always ends up having to be something that's like verified through an RFI or some other means.
Sorry, I broke your train of thought.
That's okay. I'm just looking in this section that goes through there. Yeah, so I mean, the architectural drawings aren't even showing an SRT at the, like at all the locations in their section. Like sometimes they're showing it, sometimes they're not. So that's a little weird. So for now, I will include it because in the section that goes through this punch opening, they are showing it, but I'll need to ask the PM about that.
So those main windows have SRT. That type B window, that typical window, it has SRT on it.
Okay. Oh, I don't have this in here. So I need to load it in.
It looks like all the level 2 windows have SRT. Level 2 and up.
If we all start making barking noises, we could.
Ruff, ruff, ruff. At our place in Tahoe, we had to buy those barking, like motion barking sensors, because we had a bear break into our place and raid our pantry.
Yeah.
So now we have these motion detected dog barking. So that way a bear, when they break in, they get scared, hopefully.
Bears are afraid of dogs?
Well, I mean, if they're barking loud and aggressively, they might think twice.
Most animals don't want to get hurt.
When Nick is fishing up in the middle of nowhere where there's lots of bears, they have dogs that scare the bears off. Alan says he has a button. He'll put it on the beta. he wasn't getting completely consistent results with it, so he kind of took it off, but
Okay.
we'll put it on the beta so we can try it.
This is going to be PO level. Oh, yeah, because we don't have that anymore. Looks good. It's real numbers. I'll pull that one, second one. I should just make my global parameters. Oh, it's fast. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, 4119, I think. SRT 4119.
Yeah, it's not on the project, so I'm gonna have to load it in. It just must have been missing from the database for some reason. Oh, oops, that's fine. Oh. I'll make mine.
Forget to save.
Hmm?
Don't forget to save.
Oh, yeah. I decide if I want to make my view two first. And then copy it around. Yeah, I will.
I just feel like, you saved that system in this drawing and it'll go away.
Yeah. I'll just think in case something happens to my local copy too.
So I'm just gonna say it's 3 o'clock. Did you want to take a little break,
Yeah.
Jessica? I mean, I'm just saying, it's been a long,
No.
it's 3 o'clock already. I'm just saying, do you want to take a little break?
Did she take a break during the model crash?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking, or if anybody needs a break.
I'll take a 3-minute break and get some tea.
Yeah,
Oh, tea time.
Yeah, it's tea time.
just a stretch or something.
Literally tea time.
Zach, what do you think of my idea about this setup stuff?
I like it. I mean, that's the way we originally envisioned it. It just got away from us. I was also thinking about what you said about the complexity being up front in the takeoff program, whereas it's mostly hidden in the Revit process. And I think most of that complexity comes from the UD window being incredibly daunting and absolutely terrifying, especially if you're not used to it. So, and I've kind of wanted to rewrite that and make it more visual and hide a lot of the craziness that's in that window into something like more manageable, maybe more conducive to the way the data is entered nowadays with auto details. Like I
Mhm.
didn't have very many options with presenting auto details in a nice way. But back then, because I didn't want to rewrite the whole UD window on top of it all. But like auto details, I mean it's very verbose the way it is in the database, but it doesn't have to be presented that way to the user, right? It could be more of a regimented sort of, this is my left fab number and this is my right fab number, instead of putting codes like 2T equals 45 or whatever, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And then I think the thing that I
I can
was
even show the detail. Like I can show the parts. Nowadays I can display a view of the actual die picture instead of just a part number. It could be super graphical. I could show your layout instead of just giving you a series of numbers that represent the layout. It could be way, way, way prettier and easier to deal with.
I'm just thinking that, it's like, I don't know, the thing that'd be interesting is to watch Pedro and Tony's process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd be interesting to know where the time goes. It's like, okay, I get that there's a certain amount of time to set this thing up, right? But is it, the thing to tackle, is it the UD window, or is it the fab tickets themselves, Because that's the other thing, is like when we first looked at the inventor frame generator, like you can pretty much set a notching thing on the parts you're hitting, and you can automate a lot of the notching that happens. It's like your sill runner has a notching pattern, and when it hits a vertical, there's a notch that gets created, right? And we saw that with the frame generator. That's how they did it. Is there was there was the part itself, and then there was some notching pattern that you could put in there. And then if your two pieces hit each other, you just said, oh, use that notch, and it would make the notch for you, right? So I wonder if there's a way to sort of build the notching information and the cutting information into the part you hit, so that you're just doing all that once, And then anytime your horizontal runs into that part, it knows what to do. Or anytime your face cap runs into that part, it knows what to do. And so a lot of the data entry would go away. A lot of the fab ticket creation would go away. And, and the logic would be.
So what you're saying, in summary, in a very easy terms, I think, is like what we're doing with AP drawings, where a horizontal hits a vert and it makes an AP drawing. Similar thing, make it do a notch, make those things place notches.
Yes. And it's just a one-time thing you do in that vertical part, but then every part that ever runs into it, you never have to do anything with that part. You know what I mean? Because it's 90% of what we do is a horizontal running into a vertical. It's very, very seldom that the vertical is getting notched in some way because of the horizontal, right? So
sometimes the verticals get notched because of nothing also. So like for instance, a door vertical getting notched at the bottom, but there's a curb on the other side. There's no actual sill there. Right? Or a jam with a door.
But is that door vertical getting notched because it's running into a sill, right?
Well, there might not be a sill there at all. It might just be a floating jam that we anchored directly to the concrete. In which case, you have all those parts and pieces that go along with that, but there's no actual trigger for it other than the door threshold, I guess.
Well, but if the door jam runs into nothing, that could be a trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, right now, the thing you did, like, cut down way down the number of permutations people have to deal with, which is great, especially if you have any kind of serpentine or a lot of different kinds of vertical job. It solves, 80% of that issue for sure. I'm just thinking if there were a way to put a little more data, because that's kind of what's happening here, right? It's at that detail level that Amber's defining what's happening. And for her, it's just looking at a detail and putting some data into it, right? You know, for us, we're trying to make all those combinations, you know, and that's where all the complexity comes from, you know, but like you did before, you took and got rid of most of the combinations and just made the program figure out the combinations, right? So I'm just saying maybe we take it back one more step, and mostly the data you're entering is just which parts are we talking about, and then some graphic way of defining, okay, if something hits this, what is it, what happens to it, right?
So that sort of data is already kind of embedded in the fab tickets, and a combination of the fab number that you assign through the rules and the fab ticket itself. So I don't think the back end definition of all those things needs to change at all. We could just hide the fact that it's doing that on the user interface sort of level. You know, like, yeah, you're making a notch for a specific, or a specific part hitting another specific part, but that is automatically getting put into a fab ticket or fab template somewhere, you know, and it's just hiding the fact that you're actually making a fab template with a number, you know. Kind of like how auto details is hiding all the rules. It's because you don't have to write any rules, it just does it for you. It's hiding a lot of that fact. So I think like all the data structures and all that stuff works the way it is, but just a different interface to fill it all in would provide, I think, what we need, what we want.
Yeah, maybe no interface, right? Maybe that is not something that happens in, you know, it just happens in AutoCAD or something.
Yeah, it could be some kind of a bunch of event triggers in AutoCAD. It could be any number of things, but just a different interface to hide the complexity of the data behind it.
Yeah, because you figure it's like, it's that first principles thing, right? We just keep expanding on the thing I started with, but maybe it's time to go back to the beginning and go, okay, but based on what we're doing now, do we need to do any of this, right? I mean, does the user need to interface with any of that data? You know, because, you know, when we were writing our own rules, you had to kind of see, you know, you had to tweak around with it and everything else. Now that the program is making the rules, nobody touches that part of the program at all.
Yeah, you know? I usually hide that panel.
Yeah, and they don't, that panel can be hidden, all the permutations can be hidden, because nobody needs to be playing with those either. It's like, I'm pretty sure we could take a lot of the complexity out of that interface. And then, like I said, with the miscellaneous, I'd love to see the miscellaneous drive off of the data in Revit and get rid of a whole bunch of that, because that's another place that just a bunch of errors happen, and it's just more stuff for people to figure out, you know what I mean? The setup people feel very unattached to miscellaneous data, but because Yana has to do it the same week as the metal takeoff, she's super excited about it. But you know, when she gets data from Reggie or somebody else, they don't even bother, you know, so she has to go fix it all, you know. So to me, it's like, you know, maybe that miscellaneous data could be, you know, sort of changed so it drives off the Revit data, and then, you know, maybe that takes a whole nother level of crap out, you know.
I don't know if all the miscellaneous is in the Revit data.
Well, for sure the glazing stuff is, setting blocks.
The glazing stuff is, yeah, the edge blocks, setting blocks.
And all that's just wrong.
And gaskets.
The takeoff program anyway. So that's the hardest part, you know. The rest of it's just how many feet of this sill runner did I buy and how many, you know, feet of gasket do I need for it, right? But the glazing stuff is the part that's kind of disconnected from the interface. And if we could take that out, I think it would solve one big problem, you know.
Yeah, the setting blocks have already been separated out, but none of the glazing gaskets or any of the other gaskets really. Unless it's molded corner, of course.
Of course. Yeah, just, I don't know, just as I was watching it yesterday, I thought, yeah, you know, I think if we put this, you know, we kind of made these setup things kind of one thing, you know, maybe it's, you know, Pedro, Joe, and, you know, Amber sort of doing that setup at the front end. You know,
Yeah.
it could really sort of be one process, and then that stuff could get checked. And all that stuff can be happening while we're waiting to start a set of shop drawings, you know. Because the thing is, like on this job, like, you know, you'd think that because we just did the other building, that this job would be a piece of cake, right?
Yeah, it should all be on the server.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen, right? Is like we're going to break this thing into 4 weeks, and it will take me 4 weeks to get releases. There won't be any difference. The zero, nobody releases 2 releases in a week. Every checker thinks it's too much. Every operator thinks it's too much. Like, it's super crazy, dude. Like, once you tell people a week's a week, they don't even think about making a week less than a week. So.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't have called them weeks. If it was called something else,
Yes.
like vocabulary-wise, it might have not have been actual week.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I was gonna say too, they changed all the verticals.
Right.
So now that's another reason that they can say it's nothing set up.
Oh, all the verticals on this job are different?
They updated to the new mullions. But I'm hoping that would be an easy swap, but I don't know.
Well, it's standard data. We already have those details, so that data should come in automatically.
Should be.
Well, we're not going to wait for the takeoff group. I'm going to do a takeoff on this before we ever get to the takeoff group. So. As we roll along here, Zach's going to show me how to do the takeoffs for these windows so we can run them and make sure we have them all done.
That's not tomorrow, is it? Or are we going to do that for just part of the building?
Well, I mean, as she moves along, I wouldn't mind doing some of these punched openings, just see how it rolls, you know?
Okay.
But again,
Is that glass and everything you're going to do a takeoff for?
Yeah.
It's already done, Nick. It's already done.
It's already done.
No.
We're just saying, as long as we're, you know, as long as we're sitting here watching Jessica, we might as well do some work.
We don't have any, well,
I'm actually editing the engineering offsite video.
I don't know if it matters to take off that we don't have the details in yet, since again, you know what the parts are going to be anyways.
I don't need detail bubbles. I have family names.
Why do you have to overwrite that family name with the detail bubble?
So that it draws the detail bubbles for you.
And oh, is that just? But when I asked Yana about that,
But literally, you don't have to unless you want it to draw the detail bubbles for you.
on a different project, because she asked me to. Sorry, I'm eating a piece of chocolate.
Don't choke.
She asked me to check some glass by looking at unit T sheets, and I noticed that one of the units had the wrong detail bubble on it. And I told her that, and she said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. No one even uses that."
So the shop wants the detail bubbles to see the parts.
Okay.
So the bubbles sometimes change because of the perimeters, but that really doesn't impact the shop. So, you know, we won't make 5 different sets of data because the perimeters all change, you know. So you might have 6 different jam conditions. They'll all be one detail number for us because the actual parts are the same. So that's kind of how the logic works. But it is possible to get the detail number stuff not to have to be physically changed manually. We just haven't done it yet. It could all be part of that setup.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna duplicate and call out this guy. Well, we might as well just
To mention him.
mention him.
Long time no see, Nick, by the way. Hey.
I know, I haven't seen you in forever. Playing any games?
Yeah. Too many.
Nice.
But I've been on the couch so long that I've become a literal couch potato.
Well,
Like
let's put it this way. He literally made a breakout room in AutoCAD for our engineering offsite so that everybody could, you know, participate in the breakout room process. It was just insane what he did. Like,
That's awesome.
You're welcome to
What's
try it
it-
out,
it's-
Nick. Jerry already did it, so you can ask her.
You did a break like in AutoCAD, so you got to get out of the breakout room.
Yeah, you're trapped in an AutoCAD floor plan.
Oh, that's
Escape
super
room.
cool.
Escape room.
Yeah.
My friends
That's-
laughed at me when I told them, like, yeah, you need AutoCAD to play my little escape room. And they were like, who would do that? And I kind of raised my hand. Yep,
Like,
that's me.
I'm the nerd.
I'm the nerd that would make an escape room in AutoCAD.
I'm the AutoCAD geek.
That's the type of stuff though that makes offsites like bonding time and stuff. That's cool. That's super cool.
it did come out really good. You did a great job.
Yeah, there was at least one sleepless night one weekend when I was working on that thing.
Just on the
Like, I was gonna go to sleep at 5 a.m., but then Zelda woke up and I was like, well, I guess I'll just stay up.
made it easier because none of us are smart enough to do it anyways. We got into bed earlier.
Yeah, I made it a little too hard. Next time I'm gonna make it a little easier. But Kendall went through it by himself later, and yeah, because
And
Kendall loves puzzles.
oh,
I think the thing is that when people have a certain amount of time to get out of the escape room, you want to make it that, you know, at least one of the teams could possibly actually do it.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was telling Jerry too, like, I should make this easier, but it's gonna be too much work to make it easier, because it's much better to aim for easy and everyone get out than to have no one get out. But whatever.
Were there prizes for anyone who won?
Yes, you would have won a car and a mansion in the hills of Danville.
You make a good point though. Like
Too bad no one won.
Games are like nowadays like super easy. They're designed that you win and get that gratifying
Participation prize.
exactly.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot easier in general for the
So
general
easy.
public.
Yeah.
The old games are always so hard.
They were too hard.
They're unforgiving.
Yeah, that's what they were.
They're
They
almost
were.
cruel by
It was
today's
like
standards.
you get 3 lives of 16 hours of gameplay. Good luck.
So I got a question on this elevation. So I was looking at phase 1. We used the second level punched opening for like the second, third, and fourth. But I wasn't sure for you, Nick. I mean, do we need to use, you know, heat strengthened over tempered glazing on the third and fourth floors? Because we did not do that on phase 1.
well, that would be per code.
Yeah, if you can walk up to it.
Well, so we got the bottom 2 as like tempered, but then third level would be heat strengthened, fourth level would be heat strengthened.
Heat strengthened over tempered, right?
Yes. But I was just looking at phase 1 drawings, and we currently tempered all of these up here as well.
Yeah, but I got that wrong then.
So 2 is gonna be special, and then 3 and 4 will share.
We're sure none of those punched openings were used anywhere else, right?
Yeah, you might have a balcony somewhere, Jessica.
That's the only thing I can think of why. I did check into the sight lines as well, James, because we talked about that on our pre-takeoff meeting. So that's something Jessica and I think are going to have to look at when we get to the corner zones. I had them all identified, the corner zones, and they're all in the folder under the calcs. But we'll just have to look at that when we get to it. But for the most part, it's going to be half-inch sight lines, like the last project. All the numbers are the same in terms of the corner zones and stuff like that per phase 1.
Well, just a question back on the glass though. Why would we want to add the variable? Is it wrong to put it tempered up there? Like, what's wrong with just keeping them all the same? Because then too, now you can put the same units anywhere. Or
Well, yeah, there's a glass code exception that
yeah, but if
has
we did it on the last building, and like I said, does it hurt us to have it tempered? Just reduce the variable, or
well, sometimes the glass manufacturer won't let it, like, allow us to do it.
okay, but we did it on the last building and we're doing it on the lower floors.
Want to have it
I'm
tempered?
just saying, what's the problem with having it tempered all the way up? I'm just asking to reduce the variable. If we did it on the last building, I mean, what difference does it make here, I guess, or why is it different going to be here? Because now you're adding another difference to the fabs too, that they didn't encounter before. So I'm just asking.
Oh, you make a good point. So everything be tempered over tempered?
I'm just asking. I'm just saying again.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking if we did on the last building, we're trying to keep it the same, but then just because the code doesn't allow it, I'm just saying, but we did it on the last building, why not keep it the same? I'm just asking, does it hurt us, or is it? I mean, technically, yeah, we didn't have to do it, but we did it. I'm just asking, would it just be nice to make all the punch openings the same and keep it the same from the last building?
I can only think of one thing would be pricing, and I'm not sure about pricing. I can look into that. Steve probably knows way better than I do.
I'm waiting for James. He was in the glass Kaizen for like 3 years, so
Yeah,
you should know the answer to this question. I'm just waiting for him to answer you.
I'm pondering that one. I mean, I can see it, you know, for a 20-story building, but if it's a few more floors, I mean, because it is an exception. I mean, I don't think the glass code says, you know, temper both sides all the way up. And then glass manufacturers came back and I guess lobbied against, you know, the 25-foot. So then they said, okay, we'll make an exception where you could do, you know, heat strengthened over tempering 25 feet and up. So
I
it
understand.
might.
I'm just saying for our company and for the benefit of doing a repeat building. I understand the code. I'm just saying what for our best interest as a company, is it better to leave it and match what we did on the last or add a variable? Just because we were allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem with it, but maybe your glass manufacturer might have a problem with it.
So it's
Paragon?
it's not really a glass
Probably not.
manufacturer problem. It's actually a liability problem. So the reason that, you know, they get that exception is because nobody can walk up to that glass up there. They don't need that outer light to be tempered for safety, right? And whenever you temper a piece of glass, you are subjecting it to the possibility of spontaneous breakage, right?
Right.
So the more lights you temper, the more chance that you're going to get some type of spontaneous breakage on the building. So the liability piece is what is at stake here. Like, you know, and then what happens is, like, on those curtain walls, you know, if that glass were to break spontaneously and then cascade down, it damages the glass below, which is then more susceptible to spontaneous breakage also. So that's kind of the issue. It's not so much the manufacturer. There's no cost difference. You know, there's no visible difference. But when you temper glass, you were putting yourself in a situation where you could get spontaneous breakage, and it's a problem for the building owner and the longevity of the building, and can cause problems, you know, especially on high rises if it's cascading down the building as it breaks, falling on people, things like that. So there's the liability piece. So that's really what you're looking at, and why in the glass Kaizen we said, hey, well, we should follow that rule because it limits, it reduces our liability. You know, if we started getting spontaneous breakage on the 3rd and 4th floor, and we said, well, you know, spontaneous breakage 8 in 1,000, we're still okay. You know, they could bring in a consultant who would say, well, honestly, you shouldn't have tempered any of that glass. That's all on you. you know, because by definition, anything above the second floor, you shouldn't be tempering if you don't have to. So that's kind of the problem, right? So, you know, that we did it on the last building, don't disagree. Do a lot of people do it all over the place? Yeah, they do. You know, but literally, why would we not want to? Just because we're putting ourselves in a situation there's more liability on the company. So that's kind of the answer to that question. It's a good one to bring up with the management group because I'm pretty sure the first two buildings were done the same way. So
Well, yeah, because my understanding is, I thought it was because the size of light too, and it goes all the way down to the floor. I never heard of that exception either, and I didn't know about that liability stuff, so that's good to know. But then, so why would the second floors then that don't have anybody walking up to it, or is that just because that code doesn't accept
You're
the
right.
second level?
Because it's 25 feet
No,
So it's 25 feet.
from a walking surface.
Well, so like these over here,
Hold
there's no
on.
walking surface on the
Yeah.
outside. So
Yeah,
it's
so
close.
25 feet up, then you can start heat
Oh, so
strengthening.
okay, so it doesn't matter that there's okay.
Yeah,
Hold
like
on.
second level, we're gonna have to temper those ones.
and the reason for the 25 feet is because the cascading of a broken light from 25 feet is very minimal. But when it starts falling from a higher height, even though there's small shards, like they can start hurting people. You know what I mean? So that's that height restriction was they didn't want to just heat strengthen a bunch of stuff that could whatever, like it's just 2 stories or a 1-story building. So that's where the height came in. It just has to do with the glass falling from a different height.
And then over here where you got a balcony, that's where the 25 feet start again.
I'm confused, James, because what about remember we went over this for the Santana West parking garage and we only tempered that smaller.
That's because you didn't have a walking surface on the inside.
Oh, okay. All right, I got it.
Because
Okay.
it was like almost 2 feet away from the guardrail of the stair.
So is that kind of
I see. So it's got to be a walking surface has to be directly under it.
Yeah.
It's got to be like directly under it, right there, within 2 feet.
Yeah, you have to kind of be able to like walk up to this on both sides.
Gotcha. Okay.
But in your case, you could only walk up to it on both sides, only on the ground level.
But we didn't temper 25 feet up.
No, because you didn't have a walking surface on both sides all the way up.
Oh, it's both sides. Okay.
We only tempered the bottom light because you could walk up to it on both sides.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry for derailing that.
To the side, what's the dimension? Sorry, let me grab my annotating. Like, will this have to be tempered?
Yeah, so these ones down here will be tempered. This will be heat strengthened.
Well, hold up. We're gonna ask. So just follow what we were doing until we decide. So I'm not sure we're changing this building the 4th to 4. So that's the thing I have to find out.
Okay.
How fired up is Nick about it? You know what I mean? Because I think you're adding a lot of complexity for very little risk. So keep rolling along the plan, because my guess is we're keeping it the same as the other 3.
All right. I'm gonna test something.
4-story building, right?
Yeah.
5, isn't it?
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 5 stories. Yeah.
But the punched openings only go up to the 4th, right?
Yeah, the punched openings there's the ones we are talking about go from 2nd to 4th.
4th.
So no, the ones we're talking about go from 2nd to 5th. Sorry, they go up 4 levels. Sorry, I'm like being very confusing. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Okay. I found a way to make the sheet maker work with these groups. So now I can copy them into place and not worry about it. Oops.
I just left Nick a message. I'll figure out what he wants to do.
So is that information documented somewhere? Because that's the first I ever heard of that.
Safety
And so like,
glazing.
say if I was reviewing drawings, I would mark all that up to be tempered. So is there a way to like pass
There's
that
a
down?
safety glazing manual.
Yeah, which I read daily. I just like, I don't know.
It's on the
James
first
reads
page.
it daily.
On
It's
what
on the
page?
first page, first one. Well, besides
Well,
the
I'll
note sheet.
show you because
No, it's okay. You don't have to. Don't. No, I don't want to derail you, Jessica. I'm just asking James or Steve if there's a place for that kind of information for us
this
to know about.
Yeah, that manual that they worked on is the best document I've ever seen for this kind of stuff. So everything you need to know about glazing.
It's-
But I mean, just the fact that something got updated, you know, so like that's to me new information. I wouldn't even know to check it.
It's been around for a couple of years.
You weren't in the training?
I'm not in a lot of meetings.
I actually did classes.
Mm-mm.
I was in that meeting.
And
One
we
of them.
started that Kaizen in the 80s.
When the glass bubble thing got rolled out, because yeah, I wasn't even invited. I never got that. When the bubble started changing, so that was all new to me. I'm like, what's a 1F? Like all that stuff, that was new to me. So I either wasn't invited, I didn't see that.
This was a different thing. I don't think that I wasn't invited to a meeting about the bubble. This was well before that. This was years before that.
I think Kaizen, but they were released at, I think, different times.
Progressively.
There was like, I want to say 4 phases to that Kaizen.
But that exception has been around since the 80s.
So that's my whole life then I've been having it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I first heard about it, a long time ago, back in the 80s when we were doing a building and it had a bunch of glass with nickel sulfide. And, there had been some huge buildings that had that problem. So, the glass I ordered was heat strengthened on the outside, but the interesting thing is like, there isn't much of a standard for what heat strengthened glass is. It's a huge range in terms of temperature. So the glass I ordered was heat strengthened, but the glass I received was tempered because the people that made the glass went a little too hot and it actually ended up being tempered. So they had all this nickel sulfide issue and we're getting all this spontaneous breakage. And I'm going back to Viricon going, well, wait a minute, how can I have spontaneous breakage on heat strengthened glass? And when the consultants came out and did the measurements, it turned out that they had tempered the glass. They had said it was heat strengthened, but they'd over heat strengthened it all the way to the tempering. So, and that was one of the exceptions when we bought all that glass, is I bought the lower levels tempered over tempered and the upper levels tempered over heat strengthened. And it ended up saving my butt because that was a 22-story building and we would have had to eat the whole thing.
What building was that?
The Warner Center in Woodland Hills.
Wow.
You had saved after you grouped and copied.
No, I saved right before I grouped and copied, but now I just saved after I grouped and copied because it crashed and I just had to redo it.
Okay.
It's like really does not. I mean, I get crashes occasionally, but it's like way worse than normal. I don't know if it's Zoom. It just keeps crashing every time I try to do something around the segmented walls. So there might just be something in the architect's model that's causing my graphics to freak out. Now I'll save before I start rotating anything so it doesn't do it again. Make this look a little better.
I have a quick question. You know, James, the Edge slab you confirmed and we worked on.
Yes.
Did you already like incorporate that into this model, or nothing's changing? I'm just wondering.
Well, it's so precast, they were updating their model with those slabs. So Jessica
Exactly.
retrieved the precast model, so we could just extract
Mhm.
that or link it in.
Okay.
I don't know what her plan is with this.
I got it. Okay.
I'm assuming we'll copy it in and not link it in, just so that our embeds and mat clips are hosted on an object.
Yeah, I'll copy monitor it in so that way I'll know if precast changes it. Has the air quality gotten better for you guys?
But it's green today in the single digits.
Oh, wow, we are not significantly improved.
Oh,
Well,
wait.
on the
double-
weather app this morning, it said it was good, but I looked outside and it was still smoky, so I don't know where they were measuring.
Yeah, Bay Area is all green.
Yeah, can pan up to Oregon. Oops,
Let's see. Where's a bad city in Oregon?
just come to Portland and see what it looks like. Hey guys, you think this is okay with the handrail?
Very unhealthy. Zoom out. Missing. Oh,
Yeah, we're always gonna have to figure that out.
I mean, the post might be set in and they just might be projecting out a little bit.
It might just be a modeling error, would be my guess. But it looks silly. Yeah, it just keeps on crashing because of these segmented walls. Well, I saved right before it crashed this time, so.
We learned.
That was like 3 crashes in 10 minutes.
I wonder if Microsoft Teams would have better luck sharing and not crashing.
Well, I don't think it's Teams. It's something to do with that segmented wall. Every time I hit it, it crashes. So I'm going to turn off the architect's model when I rotate these and see if it works.
Guys, I gotta run. I gotta stand up. I gotta get to in a few minutes here. If you guys have any questions, please let me know, and I'll check in tomorrow.
We know why you're really leaving.
Thanks, guys.
We're boring you to death.
No, you guys are having all the fun. It's like a giant party in here. See you
Nice.
guys.
Yeah, like the worst party you ever been to.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I said it right beforehand.
Are we gonna have happy hour on Friday after our offsite?
Can we have happy hour now?
Yeah.
Why didn't you guys?
Jessica, you're dangerous. You're on camera and you're working. We're all watching you.
It's recorded too, so
Let's do it Friday after the.
I want happy hour right now because my thing keeps crashing. I'm cut the detail lines and then I'm gonna save it so then I can turn it off before I try and rotate it.
See you guys. Have a good night.
yeah.
See ya.
The first time you crashed doing this process.
First time it was not doing exactly what I'm doing right now, but it was working on the segment of the walls on the other side of the building. It was trying to put the elevation bubble, and now I keep crashing over and over again. Okay, maybe we should just, I don't know, let's just call it and we can continue tomorrow and I'll try and put these in without Zoom running and maybe it will behave.
I think we should convert the other punched openings and get some of the other stuff ready. This part is kind of the rote process.
Get the other stuff ready for what?
Well, I mean, you've got, putting these punched openings around and copying them around is just, I don't think that's really where a lot of the I mean, other than this, but I would like to see, let's convert the other punched openings on the job and get those ready to go. We could even convert a curtain wall or something, it's like, I want to kind of walk through those steps of those things to see where the time goes,
Well, you're seeing where the time goes.
Well, but again, these kind of things you have to take them a piece at a time. Again, I've seen more Revit crashes over Zoom. I see all the time. Like every time somebody tries to present and they have Revit open, they crash. And so, I mean, I don't know if this is a architect segmented wall problem or being on Zoom and doing it at the same time problem, or so we're going to take it a piece at a time and see what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
But again, like I wouldn't beat my head against the same wall. Let's try a different wall.
We have someone in the Fremont drafting room.
Look like Josh.
Can they hear us?
No, because the screen is off. Oh wait,
Oh, that's scary.
he looked up.
Hello?
Hi.
You're being haunted.
Is that Josh?
I don't see a face mask.
Not following protocols. That's weird though. He looked up when we said that. Huh?
You just sensed it. Well, that's pretty weird though, that he thinks he found a private room and we're just watching him. All right.
But wouldn't he see your screen? Unless he doesn't have the TVs on, huh?
No, the TVs are off, but the
Yeah,
camera
okay.
is on.
Gotcha.
So he can't see or hear us.
Time to call him.
These guys are all gonna be the
Call
same.
him and say, I see you.
I'm gonna do the punch openings with the doors. And I'm not gonna export it for Quasar. I'm just gonna copy and then modify the one I already made. Okay, let's find someone with doors that's not segmentable.
Hello. Hello.
Hey,
Hey, who's this?
I see you.
Oh, are you watching me in the room?
Yes, we're in a meeting here. The camera's on. We see you.
Oh. I'm trying to
Put your mask on. So you know.
Yeah, no, I read you that. Is the audio on too?
Yes.
Yeah, do you hear us?
No. I'll hang up and I'll turn off the camera and the audio.
All right.
Adios. Bye.
That was very entertaining.
No, you missed another crash, so.
So did we turn off the architect's model? Is that what we did?
No, I was just trying to work on another. I was just gonna try and do this curtain wall with a door in it.
So let's try turning off the architect's model and see what we get.
Yeah, but I need to use it to place the door. I'll try linking in the precast model, and then I can use the precast model. But I gotta put it in the right spot.
Or we could do that strip window up there.
Well, I mean, honestly, can we do this tomorrow? Because I've already been working since like the morning. No, I'm so frustrated.
Do you sometimes have to restart your computer? Does that ever help?
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you get these kind of memory glitches, because it's not giving you an error message, so it makes it feel like it's not really Revit. It seems like it might be something on your side.
Well, my computer is twofold, which I told IT before, and they did something to make it work better for a while, but
Well, I think that's one thing, we should have good equipment, if nothing else. I mean, if it is a computer related thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's just hard to know with stuff like this,
okay, let's just try. With my video off, maybe that will help my computer a little bit.
We're gonna do third floor or second floor with a door or first floor with a door?
I'll do this guy. He looks innocuous.
just do it.
But, okay, good. They did model it in the way that's easy.
What's an elevation generator? Is that Quasar?
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, you're being silly.
No, why didn't you call the button Quasar?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Quasar was a code name, just like Nebula is. It just stuck.
Alan doesn't like fancy names for buttons.
Yeah, GG 2.0.
Alec likes initials, CDWGs, DDPs, GD2s.
It's that millennial thing. Everything is an internet abbreviation.
You are also a millennial.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're a millennial.
No.
Wait, what year were you born?
Nope, sorry.
Why?
James can fact check. James is a millennial.
James is, for sure.
I am, but Zach, I don't think is.
Oh, he's like,
I think the cutoff was 81.
you're old, too old.
Yeah, the cutoff's 81, so Esley's a millennial too, and I'm not.
I'd rather not be, so no.
You don't get to choose.
I was born in 80, so I'm right on the cusp.
You're literally leaning on 1 year.
Hey, we take what we can get. You're worried about a 16th on an elevation. You're one to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, you turned 40 this year.
I turned 40 during shelter in place. I've been my entire 40s have been in this apartment with a beard.
Oh, how fun.
I know. It's pretty terrible.
Oh, you're getting really close to Unabomber territory.
Oh, I'm well past Unabomber.
Still talking about beard.
No, I'm just talking about beard, 40s, trapped in a small space.
Tomorrow I'll wear a hoodie.
From Berkeley. We've got all the warning signs. Where is it? Oh, it's not on here. Well, I will assume it's the same as this guy.
So is that a strip window sill?
Yeah, well, this was the detail called out in the profile set for the strip.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Curtain wall sill.
Yeah, that's the right detail.
Sorry, I mean, if I try to put it all on my screen, it'd be really hard to see anything. But sharing 2 screens, then the screens are too small for you guys to see anything. And actually, I'm going to apply the earlier system and see if it sets my jams, and then I'll put that preset over myself. So I got some things. Okay. If I go back here. What's the right guy? Probably that's the right guy. It's not called out. And then, but then on the right, this is going to turn into a unit.
You might not be able to save that as a preset on the right side.
No.
You won't be able to set the caulking track.
Yeah, I won't be able to because that's what
I
we
probably need to fix that.
Yeah.
Allow that as an option.
Or just like let us just drop that with none or something. I don't know.
I think I just put it in the UI that you can't save blanks and stuff like that, so that should be an easy fix.
I have a jam on both ends on the last building.
You had a,
There were jams on both ends.
oh, and it wouldn't let you save it?
No, I'm just saying, you were saying it's gonna turn into a vertical, but it's still a jam.
Oh, let me look at that. It's like it's a jam with a cock joint.
That's what it looks like. Although, no, I take that back. Hang on a sec.
Look.
No, it does. It turns into a vertical. Sorry. My mistake. It's
Well, that's a good, I should have thought to look for that beforehand though. I just, because that happens sometimes, but there was no detail on the profile drawing, so I didn't even think about it.
yeah, I'm looking at the previous building. It looks like it's a jam on the left, and then it turns into a segmented vertical on the far right.
But this guy's a flat wall, so it's just gonna turn into a normal. We did on not Lincoln, on One West Side had to have a jam, a cock joint, and then a jam where the curtain wall turned into the strip window. And the reason for that was never well supported to me at all. We just did it. Yeah, I mean, like the profile said, it's just not showing any of the verticals here, so I'm just kind of guessing. It looks like we've got captured alternating with Inviso, so I'll need to grab this capture.
And I did have the jam detail in there added with the male-female clip together, because that wasn't in the original profiles, but it was on the previous Lawson. So you have that detail. For above, right? If you're going to do male female above.
Yeah, I'll need that profile for the one above. But if it's combined, then I have to use a profile modifier because I need to be split.
Right, but you would use one of these families there, right?
No, because these are combined families.
No. On the previous sheet, 651, because you have glass on both sides, right? So you would just use a typical mullion.
I'll use a typical one, and then
above would be the clipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just letting you know we made the families for you and the details up there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry for the confusion.
So this guy, vertical, is 5691. Oh wait, 2551. So intermediate. And I'm looking. No. What? Oh.
I believe if the verticals are kind of in exactly the same place from left to right on future Quasar runs, it will do the alternating inviso captured for you.
Once I save the system.
Once you save the system, yeah. Once
I
you
was
do it once.
Yeah. And then I was just checking to see
But like if the base sizes changes or it starts in a different spot or whatever, then it won't do it.
maybe you just choose alternating.
Yeah, an alternating one, since it happens so often, might be worth having like some kind of way to automatically alternate the verticals as it progresses.
Yeah. I think I need to dig into the sales model. I can't really figure out what this horizontal is supposed to be.
Or maybe a way to define a repeating pattern. Maybe it's not alternating, but just like I want you to cycle from this, and this, and just repeat that over and over and over again. That'd
Yeah.
be kind of cool.
Yeah, because sometimes it's like captured 2 invisos and then captured.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. I just went to the previous job to figure out this is supposed to be 2151. So I changed this, right? Yeah. Cool. Window. Slowly.
I missed it. Did you set your shifts and stuff, or you're gonna do live cuts and then figure out what those have to be?
Already set because I applied the old system and then just kind of changed the things I needed to and just double checked everything. So they should already be set.
You should save.
Indeed. Because now you're saving the system too.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I had to rewrite it. Oh, so I guess I did have to rewrite it when I changed it. I didn't realize that. So this is 3/4 inch, negative 3/4 inch. You should remember what the mullion preset was.
That's a subjective answer.
Well, if I am keeping everything the same but pressing enter on grid line shift, you know, otherwise what's going to happen is.
Yeah, but what if you change 2 things?
Well, that's why it goes to overwrite. Otherwise it's saying overwrite and it's giving me the option of a totally unrelated one. Let me show you. If I change it.
I know what you mean, but like if you change that, if you had a preset that was 0 and you had a preset that was 3/4 and you had another preset that was like 1.5 inches and you cycled through those, I wouldn't know what your intent actually is.
Don't replace create with overwrite. Just have a create or overwrite. And then people won't accidentally click it. And let me see if this had to change because it might have been off like the other one. Um,
10 foot 1 1/4.
That's right.
Cool.
Does this head line up with anything else, like another horizontal or something on the full curtain wall?
It lines up with the soffit.
Or rather misaligns with a horizontal or something like that?
Is different than the module study. Oh wait, that's because I exported it wrong, so it would be correct. It will match the module study. So let me delete this guy and export it.
You saved the system?
No. I'll save it on export. Okay. Now I can't overwrite my systems.
You can if you type in the same name.
I cannot for the life of me remember my name.
You can browse them.
Oh.
Go to systems. Edit.
Okay.
If you right click rename.
Ah,
So that one at the top, that's your current system, or your what you have in Quasar right now. So you can duplicate that and give it a name. It can't be the same as the one above it though. So
we should
clever. Yeah, I should probably put a drop down list just like the other thing. But yeah, they were made at different times.
so
Didn't think of it.
I might have an issue right now with filling the families. Let me open up the profiles. Oh, maybe I'm just looking at the cells model. No. Oh yeah, we got the good old face cap problem. Is Esley still here?
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah, so this is, I think we've talked about this before. Because of the like insertion point that takeoff wants, for the sill track, if you have a sill that goes onto that you build the profile to have the face cap, when they stack on top of each other, you end up with the wrong measurements.
You want 3/4 and a half there instead of 1 1/4, is that what you mean?
Yeah, so it should be, it just should be 3/4 and then here. Well, maybe,
That's the wrong still.
That's, yeah, I was like, that's strip window. It's different.
That's the wrong detail.
okay.
Should be 601, right?
No, it's 116. Okay. So I gotta save my system.
That's
All
the
right.
wrong.
So the strip window one doesn't have that little bump, and that's why it works.
You want the curtain wall one there?
Hmm?
Then you want the curtain wall sill?
Yeah, you want a curtain wall sill here.
Was in the detail. Oh no, this is what's in the detail for 501, but the detail called out on the, oh, I was just looking at the wrong detail. It was all correct. I'm very tired.
Yeah, this should be 601, right?
Yeah.
It's all the smoke in the air.
Probably is. It really wipes you out. We lived it for 30 days, so.
Okay.
Did you say it?
I thought Revit was supposed to remind you with the interval reminders, is it not?
Only reminds you of the least amount of time you can set as 15 minutes. But since I keep saving before 15 minutes, it won't remind me.
Oh,
No. So for this guy, the basis system was correct in the sales model. Or no, wait. The system that they modeled in the architectural model is way deeper. The module study. I don't really know what's going on because the module study. Oh, the offset probably is different for these base caps? No. Test section. Okay, so that's what So for this one, the sales model was modeled in the right spot, which means that we have to build an offset into our system. So we'll save it. How do I build an offset into my, oh,
Right there, shift faces system.
and would it be
Positive is exterior, negative is interior.
be positive one?
It's just like AutoCAD if you're looking at paper space or something, or model space. X is always to the right, Y is always up, and Z is always at your face.
Okay.
It's my AutoCAD mentality. I just had Zelda over here and she wanted me to read the London guidebook. So she was saying things like, London Bridge. Tower Bridge is not London Bridge. Super cute.
So Jessica,
Hmm.
So the system you just saved inside Quasar, you gave it a different name. Do you want to delete the other system so you don't get confused later?
Yeah, I just gave up on dealing with that. So we're done.
I don't think our. Do you have alternating captured in Viso on that?
Yeah, I set that in Quasar.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Well, I haven't double checked it yet, but I attempted to do that. So that's it's in there. Thing looks good.
Do we normally change this so horizontals run through on those invisos, or?
Yes, but I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering.
Well, I mean, I would say yes when we remember to do it, but everyone always forgets. So if it could be baked into our export, it would probably solve a lot of problems.
And then your jam,
What?
it didn't look.
It's not a jam, it's a
correct.
vertical.
No, on the far left. So on phase one, we had a face cap on that one.
Well, there was no detail on the profile set, so I didn't realize that. Well, let me look at phase one. Oh, okay.
So that's kind of what I was alluding to. There's no nice elevation view for her to know what details go where. I mean, the detail was in the 6 series, but it occurs on the strip window, if you consider that 5 series. But there's no elevation snip of this in the profiles. So how would, and there's no vertical callouts on the strip window either in the profile set. So that's where it's like, it is confusing. So that's what I was saying. It's like, would be nice if it was a little bit better.
Yeah. I normally spend time making myself a new set or an Excel document or something, which I didn't do for this project, but it's always frustrating and confusing.
That strip window is 6 series, though. The punch windows are 5.
But our like verticals were 5 series and our horizontal was 5 series. I mean, I don't know how much more work it would have been for them to just put that jam detail in the profile set.
Well, it is in there. It's just in the 6 series.
No, I mean on the elevation.
Oh.
Yeah. Because there's just no jam detail. And I just saw this one up here. Well, this elevation's not even in there, but I found another strip window that looks similar and went for it. Oh, and yet set my system. Gotta save my system again. I'm gonna let me click OK.
You're just renaming.
Because of that renamed one there, the one that's red.
Why? It's not letting me edit
The
this.
other one, you deleted the other one. That's weird.
Thing.
Might be a bug because it's being recorded in a different place than it used to.
So look at my systems.
Can you erase the red one?
It's not letting me do anything to it besides copy it.
But you can erase the current model and current model 1?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Hit OK now. Yeah. Go to edit.
Well, I got my system saved.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'll try and play with that a little bit. See what might be wrong there. It might be that I'm not checking it the same way that it was when it was getting saved to a text file. And I always wanted to put the joints in there automatically, which I think I can do just based on their geometric size and stuff like that, because you always want the bigger one to run through. I just haven't yet. It's been on my list forever. And no one actually complained about it, because I guess everyone ignores it and doesn't care.
The joints?
The joint, like, run through the horizontals at those invisos, that kind of thing.
No, I mean, I think everyone would like that, but people just don't complain about it because they get used to having to deal with what they have. I mean, Zach, if you opened up to the drafters and said, everyone meet with me once a week and tell me what you want me to do, you would be overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's why I don't do that.
Yeah, but that's just something that you say, oh, I'm not going to fix this thing because no one complained to me.
Well, it's hard to judge how important these things are if no one says anything.
Well, no one's going to complain or say anything if they feel like they're going to be dismissed or belittled every time they bring something up. Okay, capture inviso. Save.
That last one, I think, is supposed to be captured.
Yeah.
Where the one on the far right of that strip that becomes a jam up above.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a captured, right? So I think you chose the wrong family for that one. Sorry, I just noticed it when you panned across.
I'm not even gonna update the system because this is the only time we're using that system, so I'm just gonna change it manually. Okay. Guess this guy is technically the same elevation as this other guy. But the sheet will need to be split anyway, so I'll move this onto a sheet. And then later I can add a match line.
Sorry, were you saying it's the same as what's right next to it? Or what did you mean it's the same?
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be one elevation.
Oh.
This isn't gonna be 3. I count the punched openings on the previous building to just guess. I'll have to remember it later. Six, 7, 9.
If it were me, I'd call it 20.
We didn't just do punched openings 1 through 10.
Well, there'll probably be more than 10, right? But less than 20. So I just start at 20 with the curtain walls. And do we care if there's a gap?
I don't care.
Some people might, I mean,
I don't care either.
well, when I inevitably get one of the PCs calling me up and asking, hey, Jessica, I'm missing some elevations, I'll let you know.
Have them call me.
Yeah.
You know what they're going to ask for? They're going to ask for you to put bubbles and put not used, not
Yeah,
used.
I was just gonna say.
So that they know that it's in purpose, not an accident or a mistake.
Doesn't really matter. I can just redo.
I know it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, I think that's what would happen. They would ask for something to know that it wasn't a mistake.
Yeah. and tell me how obviously it was so confusing, and how could I ever think it wouldn't have been confusing?
Yeah, could have been such a big problem.
But look how happy you'll be if they change some of the punch openings to add doors later, and you still have 5 or 6 numbers available.
Yeah.
Yep. And you
That's
don't
what
have to-
happens, right? It's like then you end up renumbering every elevation because you're like, well, I want my punch openings all to be 1 through 22, but I already used 20 and now I have to it's like,
I end up with A numbers.
I like the gaps. I like to have a gap.
Whoa. Oh, that was just a graphics error.
But it's so nice, that little tool.
Yeah.
That was like half of drafting time right there, just dimensioning everything.
Oh my God. Well, in
So
Revit,
did the
was-
grid lines come in automatically too?
The
The column grids and stuff with the letters, those come in automatically too?
I mean,
Copy those from the
yeah, I'm
architect's
set
model.
up. I copied these into the project. And then any view that has grid lines in them, they'll populate that view.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to manually put my center line symbol here.
So that gets interesting too, I think, because I'm just thinking ahead for the curtain wall adjacent.
Yeah.
It's a jam above with a male or female, but on that detail, the DP was to the precast. So you just put your DP at center line. So you might have to fix the detail or just kind of
I
an extra little note.
probably will end up changing the detail, but I can't really do that yet, so I have to add a note for myself.
I wouldn't really create a new detail. I'd probably just dimension down here across the bottom when you get to that other elevation, and then just have another dimension here that goes to like the precast.
Like that. Yeah, just saying because the details, stand alone, they're just treated as a jam.
Yeah. Make it red. I'll just have to figure it out once I get the detail. And I probably will have to add a match line too, which I can't do yet because it's late, so I can't add the match line until I create the view. So. Oops. Oh, I haven't generated my glass. Did I generate my glass?
I thought you already did the glass.
Oh, I forgot to assign my materials to the glass.
Yes.
1T and T. Oh, I don't need to do that.
So did gridline L not pop in there on the left jam?
If it's not popping in, then I need to manually adjust my cropping view.
Mm.
Nice. Look at that.
Just so satisfying seeing that.
It really is.
Seeing the grid
And
line.
there's a few things that Revit does really well.
A lot of things.
Like
yes.
grids
Yeah.
and levels.
You know, for this guy,
Ugh.
we 100% want to have level 2 because it's going to transition into that current mold. So I got to add him. Oops. There. Beautiful.
Yes, that's the work of beauty. All right, so let's take a few minutes, and then Jessica can have a little break because she's been working all day. So far, I feel like everything I'm seeing feels about right. I don't see anything weird, anything odd. There's definitely some things we can do to make things easier, you know. Alan was going to put that little tool back on the beta bar so you could try it. He had a few little problems with it, but we could see how it works to make the little key plan. Obviously the Revit crashing issue, you know, everybody drafting should have a good computer, like a good solid computer. Like we should not be dealing with that if that's a computer issue, which I don't know if it is or not, but I'm just saying, like, that's one thing we can get out of the way, you know. But, you know, and we had some setup stuff yesterday, but, you know, 2 half-day sessions, you know, that's what we're 7 hours into this thing, right? So, I mean, I feel like, I mean, if you came to me and said, look, I just spent my first day on this job and I've got, you know, some of the punch windows completed, I've got started one of the strip windows, you know, like that's a good first day, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with day one, right?
Yeah.
So we'll keep rolling and see what we run into, but I mean, I like where we're at. I mean, this is great. I appreciate you putting up with us.
No problem. I'm gonna
So
sleep a lot this weekend.
I was just gonna ask, so at this point though, like these elevations that are on the sheet, technically then, are they ready for takeoff? I mean, if we had the details, or like Zach said, you don't even need the details, you have the family. So technically at this stage, would they be quote unquote ready for takeoff, these elevations? Or what's
I believe
missing?
so. Alan's tool put the elevation numbers in there, right?
It's supposed to. Let me double check because
Nope.
it missed it.
So not quite ready. You just have to put those in.
On the other ones I did manually, but I forgot to do it on this one.
But yeah, other than that, I think these are ready. You can probably go through the takeoff browser and see if you wanted to check it.
And just go.
It's the second to last one, or that.
Because Steve, I'm just thinking along the lines, like you said, if they were drafting in phases, if she did all the punched openings, finished, elevated on sheets, let the takeoff team start working on it while she's doing strip windows and then curtain walls or whatever. I don't know if that helps anything, because then you get a little more feedback right away. Because sometimes I hear like sometimes drafting said, oh, I'm getting it ready for takeoff, but it's kind of like, well, if you elevated it, it should be ready then, right? So unless it's just curtain walls have more to it.
No. Your point's well taken. Like that's the point of what we were trying to see is, you know, you just do a thing complete. I mean, we have entire buildings where there's no glass in them. We've got everything modeled with no, you know, with some faux glass. It's like, you know, we're not, I don't think everybody's thinking in terms of just doing something and completing it, you know? So I think that's the piece that we're trying to see here is like, if this flows like this, like, yes, these are ready. Like,
okay, Zelda?
the takeoff team could do these today, you know? But that's not how most jobs are. Like, we literally come up to projects and we're still working on every elevation on the whole project, you know? So that's kind of the point of going through this, is to make sure we're all kind of on the same page about what the workflow should be, you know, and that, like, what I see so far is perfect. I like exactly what we're seeing. It's perfect. So yeah, it's good.
I like to see that the units are alternating with keys. That's pretty sweet.
What are the keys?
That those keys turn into unit numbers. So everything with the same key gets the same unit number.
Oh, well, that's cool. And that's just a
So
byproduct of her.
that's, yeah,
model.
exactly. Because those are
Yeah.
alternated captured in Viso.
Yeah.
That's why
Nice.
those units are alternating like that. And you could tell that the one on the far right is going to end up with the same unit number as the 1, 2 to the left, which is what you kind of want, I'm assuming.
That takeoff browser is kind of interesting then.
Oh yeah, there's a load of information in there. Come on. People ask for stuff that the takeoff browser already does.
So funny.
You just, every time then that someone asks for it, make a video of you using the takeoff browser to get it and send them the video.
Exactly.
I think it's because you called it takeoff browser, so people in drafting think they're not supposed to use it, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd call it model browser or something?
Branding is bad.
Like
Yeah,
elevation
should have had a
generator?
fancy name for it, like
Draftman's helper.
Like drafters,
Draft
please.
Czar or something. Who
I mean,
knows?
the other thing is though, I mean, it's really quick on this job because we have 3 elevations, but on big projects, it takes a while to refresh the tables. And I think people get put off by that.
Yeah.
It used to take a long time also to color the model, but I've changed that algorithm, so it's way faster than it used to be, and it's not as obnoxious as it used to be. It used to put like a secondary model of everything on top of what was already there, and you'd have to fight to select things. But now it works completely differently.
Yeah, and then the only other thing, Leslie, is like, you know, we'd want the detail bubbles in because, you know, it'd be hard for the takeoff group to check the work if they didn't know what details was which, you know what I mean? They could go by the families, but, you know, we'd want Jessica to have said, yeah, this is the detail for this and that's the detail for that kind of thing, right? So, but no, we're right where I think we should be. So what does tomorrow look like? Because we get done later tomorrow, right? Were we trying to meet
Yeah,
tomorrow?
the offsite goes to 3 tomorrow, in theory.
In theory, okay.
Where are we doing until 3?
I'd have to reopen the agenda, but there's more. We're doing the last 4 groups, Kaizen report outs, and then we have some sessions similar to what we did today with Amy's, but I don't think any of them are hands-on. So let me open that up.
We were going to do the.
We got
and then we just have
a sales model and jumpstart thing, workflow for embeds, Nebula and portal overview, and then we got your projects completed, and then closing remarks. Oh, it's only going to 2:30. I think I booked it to 3 because just in case.
Yeah, and I don't think the closing remarks will take an hour. So.
Yeah. Are you sure, Steve, you didn't write an hour speech?
I know I didn't.
Like a State of the Union address or something?
I had it. I actually wrote it out. It says, "Thanks for coming." See ya.
Even though you didn't have to go anywhere. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. See you guys.
Thanks for actually turning on your camera.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. It's funny how there's like so many people I saw on camera during the Zoom site that have never had their cameras on through the last 6 months.
I know. It's been a big leap forward for all of us.
Well, not just that, but Pete was in the meeting this all day today, pretty much.
I know. Crazy.
I wasn't checking every minute, but I saw him there a couple times.
Yeah, super crazy. Well, nice work, Jessica. Thank you for helping us with this.
Yep.
And we'll,
They can take a nap.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe just today when you get done, just turn your computer completely off.
And restart. Yeah.
Dave.
I had so many things open because I did the panel stuff with the offsite, and I had Matilda open. It might just be overloaded. But actually, turning off my camera helped because once I did that, it didn't crash again. So
Yeah, maybe, like I said, just turning it all the way off, not even restarting, but just all
Yeah.
the way down. Sometimes will get you a little something to use. So.
All right. Bye.
See you
All right.
guys.
See you guys.
Guys, bye.